All right, we're gonna get everybody in here, and we are going to get this thing started. Guys, as we get in, though, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on TikTok, if you don't mind, knock out the daily gift code. It's the little pink heart puffs. Make sure that you are sharing the live to your FYP and to your stories. That's like the most important thing that we can do. So share it to your FYP and your stories. And that helps way more than sharing it to a bunch of random people. I see Vivian. Good morning, Vivian. Good morning, Meg. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Who else do we have? Did I like your edit? I assume so. I can't remember which one your edit was. I'm sorry. I've been seeing some really dope edits lately, like some super dope edits. And I try to make sure that I like them and repost them. So, you know, I think that you guys take the time to actually do those, and I'm like blown away when you do. I mean, it's like, it's absolutely mind blowing. When I see those edits that you, oh yeah, that one's super dope. That one was super dope. That was absolutely super dope. What happened yesterday, bot? I deleted it because we didn't actually have a full and productive stream because of audio issues. But we are back at home, and we should be G to G across the board. So we're going to go ahead and get everything started. Like I said, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart means only one coin, and will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. That'll help actually, that'll help push the bot out to get more people in here. I'm going to reset, or we at the 50 heart puffs. Yeah, can we knock out the heart puffs, please? That's the daily gift goal. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. And make sure that once you send your daily heart me and you comment and all that other stuff, make sure you go back and collect your points, right? That actually helps boost the live. When you go back and you collect your points, it adds you to the team. It protects the live. It does all the things, right? And being an active participant is what we need. So, yeah. Guys, can we knock out the pink heart puffs? Why are we going to struggle with the pink heart puffs today? Hey, thank you for the cake. Who else do we have in here? Just a quick roll call. Who do we have? Let's see here. I see Kel Bell. Hey, Kel Bell. Hey, Esther. Who else do we have? Why is it doing that? Oh, wait, hold on. I know why it's doing this. Because of that. No. Wait, go back here. All right, and then put you over here. There we go. Shy Guy, hi. Harry, hi. Ian, hi. Bar, hi. Miss Bella Sella, BB, hi. Feisty, hi. Dalton, hi. Rilo, hi. Queen Sniper, hello. Lance, hello. I see Just Devin, hey. Soul Stealer, hello. JJ, hi. Hawaiian Bear, what up? W's in the chat for Hawaiian Bear. Let's see. Okay. Looks like we got a pretty good crowd in here. Looks like we got a pretty good crowd in here. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. So only requests up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only requests up if you are. What up, Sean? Are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. With that being said, let's go.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and put up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. Huh. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor. Healthcare, I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat, flyer, mods, working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah.
Welcome to the ring now.
You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these old
donuts.
So pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You should. You absolutely should. You absolutely should know who I am. But just in case you don't know, don't worry, I got you guys. Welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana and only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, right? Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment because we are looking for some debates. But just to check really quickly before we go too far, can one of my mods come up for a second? Any of my mods come up just for one moment? One of my mods, one of my mutuals, anyone, just for a moment. Da, 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 da. Da 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 da. Oh, let's see here. Hey, Bradley.
Defeat the propaganda.
Okay, I can see you lighting up, but I can't hear you. All right, give me 2 seconds. Why can't I hear you? Da, 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 da. Okay, can you speak one more time for me?
Hello?
Oh, okay, I see it. Hold on. All right, one more time.
Hello?
Okay, perfect.
Sound check.
I can hear you now. All right, question for YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram. Can you guys hear Bradley? Bradley, can you speak for them one more time?
Sound check. Sound check, chat.
Okay, perfect. Oh, so okay, so they can't hear you. 1 second here. TikTok is okay. One more time, Bradley. Speak. One second.
Roaches in the cereal. Ah!
Okay, I see it. Okay. So. Okay, Bradley. One more time. They should be able to hear you now.
Sound check. I think I'm echoed.
Are you echoing? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you on the. I can hear myself on.
TikTok is here. Okay, that should fix the echo.
Okay, sound check. Sound check. Okay, people, if you guys can hear me, please.
They can hear you. Do you still hear the echo?
No.
Okay, TikTok, do you guys still hear the echo? Better. Okay, all right. Okay, I see what we needed to do. I think we're good across the board. Also, let me turn this off. Let me just make sure this doesn't cause any issues. Bradley, can you one more time for me?
All right, sound check.
All right, across the board, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, can we all hear Bradley? No echo. Okay, I'm seeing yes from TikTok. I'm seeing a thumbs up from Kick. Twitch is good. Okay. All right. Perfect. I think we're good across the board. Bradley, I appreciate you coming up and helping me out.
Of course.
All right. Have a good one.
I'll see you later.
See you. All right, guys, we are G to G. I got to make sure that I actually take a screenshot of these freaking settings because this was driving me crazy. All right. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. We're looking for people to debate because, you know, the United States of America, there's some unpacking we need to do. Right. And I know in the background, I said, men, we are the problem. I agree. Republicans, you hate our country. Absolutely. Capitalists, your system does not work. True. White people, racism is your problem. Facts. And last but not least, Christian, the Bible is slavery. We need to actually unpack that. But even more so, I think that something that I'm really going to have to deal with and something that's been super interesting is the way that we as a country, have started to embrace anti-intellectualism. It's just super interesting. And I'm going to talk about it in a moment, but let's see if we can go ahead and get a debate started before we do. Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're ever on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hi, yes, we debated about a week ago. I do disagree that Republicans hate our country.
Ooh, okay.
Also, good morning. Good morning. Glad to be on here.
Good. All right. Happy to have you. Excited. I don't get many people looking to debate that, so I am here for that. Before we get into that, I have to say thank you really quickly because one, people have been absolutely too kind already. Can you give me 2 seconds because this is really
absolutely. Go ahead. Super
perfect.
chats. Yeah.
So let me start with the actual super chat. Say Debbie's in the chat from Mama Bear, who's been a YouTube subscriber for 1 month and said, love your debate, Santana. I've been a subscriber for a month and I'm not going to stop. Amazing work. Cook 'em. Thank you so much, Mama Bear. I appreciate the hell out of you. Debbie's in the chat from Mama Bear. Also, let's see here. Make sure we're all caught up over here. We're good there. Debbie's in the chat for Chloe for the 3, or it's Waffles. Thank you so much. Holy shit. You got engaged? Holy shit. Debbie's in the chat for it's Waffle. It's Waffle got engaged. That is fucking huge. W's in the chat for it's Waffles for the engagement. That is wild. And then this one. This is fucking crazy. Fashib. Holy fucking shit. W's in the chat for Fashib for the $100 donation. That is fucking crazy. Wow. We just got started, and that is mind-blowing. W's in the chat for Facade. Facade sent a $100 donation. Said, "What's up, bro? Where have you been?" I've been traveling all weekend, and then I tried to go live a couple of times, but I was having issues with the audio and all this other stuff. So I've been off live since Friday, right? It's been a whole shit show. So I've missed you guys. He said, I miss you and enjoying your lives. Anyway, I just want to say I always enjoy your lives, and I'm also glad that you ended both Dave Rubin and Officer Potato Head career. I want to give you credit that you deserve. Listen, I don't think I ended their careers. I'm glad that I was able to point out some contradictions in their logic, but it's been interesting. Hell, I would say Parker ended Dave Rubin, right? I would say Parker ended Dave Rubin. I will take credit for Officer Potato Head, but Parker put him in the kibosh. Anyway, W's in the chat for the donos. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. I apologize. Floor is yours. Why do you disagree with the premise that Republicans hate our country?
Okay. I guess I have a couple of points, and they're all backed by, I don't know if you would consider these sources credible. Gallup, Pew Research.
Okay.
So one of them is that basically Republicans are consistently the political group to likely express pride in being American. Now, I understand that doesn't necessarily mean that Republicans love our country, but I would say that whenever we look at the statistics, about 70% of Republicans said that they were extremely proud. So this is a 2026 polling. Now, I obviously know that MAGA isn't necessarily Republican. Some people don't consider them the exact same, but under this study, I think
I'm willing to accept that. I actually don't even have an issue with that statement. Like on its face, that's not something I would reject or even push back on. So that's a trust me, bro, that I'll trust you on. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. So 70% of Republicans said that they were extremely proud to be American, compared to only 28% of independents and 14% of Democrats. My second point is that this isn't like a 1 year sort of thing. So this isn't just in 2026. So for example, in 2001, 90% of Republicans were extremely proud or very proud to be an American. That figure was 98% in 2002, 95% in 2007, 93% in 2013, and 92% in 2025. My third point is that Republican voters are disproportionately military veterans. So this is from the Pew Research Center. 63% of registered voters who are military veterans identify with or lean Republican, compared to 35% who identify with or lean Democratic. So I guess based off of, we can just start with those main 3 points and we can kind of jump from there. But if I would generally say, if we're taking away anything from that, I think it's pretty clear that Republicans do love our country, and or that they may not love our country, right? Because the statistics say that they're extremely proud, but they're definitely proud to be an American. They're patriotic, and they do express that by serving in our military with numbers to show. So I don't think it's necessarily fair to have this broad claim that Republicans hate their country, but we can dive into that.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So I was taking notes and listening to you, and you have studies that actually show that Republicans show pride, express pride in the country, with voluntary self-identification as being prideful. And this has been a multi-year collection of said pride. And also you highlighted the actual military aspect, the fact that a lot of vets identify as Republicans. All right. So just looking and listening to everything that you said, I don't disagree with anything that you said. Right. I mean, there was nothing that you said that I was just like, no, that's wrong. But there was also nothing that you said that actually gets at the heart of the problem, right? Because while I can completely understand and hear you out and even agree on those couple of points that you made, the bigger issue is the actual things that are occurring within that quote unquote pride, right? I think the point that you are kind of missing is American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, and also nationalism. Holy shit! Those two things are what's more prevalent in what you're saying than actually loving the country, right? The premise that you can love the country, but then at the same time actively work to destroy it is antithetical. Question for you. When it comes to the Republican Party, Republican-led legislation, can you name one piece of legislation that was actually pushed and passed, like a Republican-led initiative that wasn't bipartisan, that will overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans more than the ultra wealthy in the last 60 years?
Oh, within the last 60 years.
Yep.
I hadn't prepared that far into the past.
I'm giving you a 60-year span. So if you can, I mean, if you have anything recent, sure. But I'm just saying within the last 60 years, that's what I'm saying. I'll let you go back as far as 60 years.
You said that a piece of legislation that's not bipartisan?
Yeah, something that was led, driven, and passed off the strength of the Republican Party. So when I say not bipartisan, I don't mean like just strictly across partisan party lines, but something that it would only be passed if it weren't for the Republicans, something that the Democratic Party wasn't actually advocating for or pushing for. Like a couple of things that I would say is mutually beneficial that have been passed, like the Project Warp Speed. I think that was great. I think that was something that was bipartisan, and I think no matter who was in power, that would have been passed, right? Even if you take a look at the First Step Act, right? That was something that was passed through the House. It was created and passed through the House under the Obama administration, and Mitch McConnell held it up in the Senate and didn't want to give Obama a win. But when Trump got in office, the Senate voted on it, passed it, and then signed it into law. That's something that would pass no matter who it is. It's just, politicians playing politics. But can you name one thing that the Republican Party has led, championed, and passed that overwhelmingly benefits everyday Americans more than the ultra wealthy?
Yeah. So let's see. I'd say one of them that was more recent was within Trump's first term. So obviously the political environment looks a little bit different. Was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017.
Yeah, the TCJA, that overwhelmingly did not benefit everyday Americans. That overwhelmingly benefited corporations due to the actual institution of the tax cuts that corporations and the ultra wealthy receive. And then also studies have come out about the TCJA showing that it actually increased overall taxes on the middle class. So it wasn't beneficial, like the actual overarching payout of those tax cuts was felt by the middle class.
Okay. Because I mean, like I'm looking at the congressional report, the bipartisan congressional report on it from the Library of Congress in 2017, and they came out with 3 statements. They said that the Congressional Research Service confirms that the standard deduction was increased from $6,350 to $12,000 for single filers, and from $12,700 to $24,000 for married couples jointly filing. In 2018, it also said that the child tax credit increased from $1,000 to $2,000 per qualifying child, with the refundable portion also increased. And the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, so that's a different source, projected that the law would also increase real GDP by an average of 0.7%.
FYI, right? Because I mean, like you're reading out the 2017, the Congressional Budget Office. Who had power of the Congressional Budget Office in 2017?
Well, it was the nonpartisan board within 2017. Well, that's at least from the Congressional Budget Office. Now,
Right,
the Library of Congress.
Wait, what party
first
had power of the House and the Senate in 2017?
Let's actually see, because the Congressional Budget Office actually published this paper in April 8th of 2018. So let's see.
Yeah.
I would assume it would maybe be the Republicans, but I'd have to check that.
Yeah, you're right. The point that I'm trying to shift towards is like citing the Congressional Budget Office, talking about like the act after the act had been put in place. I hear you. I just don't think that that's something that would actually hold up. But why not? Let's say look at let's say like TPC, right? The Tax Policy Center, or any of those actual places like the Cato Institute, or things like that. I'm not saying that because you mentioned the provisions within the actual TCJA, which again, I'm not disputing the provisions. You talk about the increase of the actual child tax credit. They restructured the tax brackets and like, I don't want to say flatten it, but increased it so there's more levels within the tax brackets and all this other stuff. But the big thing that I'm referring to is like the implications as far as what that has done to the national debt and how the burden has been shifted. So I would be referring to like the actual implications that we've seen since the TCJA has been put in place.
So would we consider like the bipartisan policy center of like a reliable source for how it, or for like for as a reliable source, or maybe even the tax policy center as a reliable source to evaluate whether or not the TCJA made key several changes? Would you consider that a credible source?
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that it didn't make changes to the actual tax code or anything like that. I want to make sure you understand what I'm looking for.
Okay.
I'm looking for the fact that it benefited everyday Americans more than the ultra wealthy. And when I say benefited, I mean like had more long-term positive effects. And one of the long-term effects is the actual addition to the national debt and the emphasis on like the middle class paying said debt. But yeah, I actually have the TPC up right now.
It says that at least the child tax credit, so like the long-term effects, right? Not just like the implementation itself. So the revenue effects at enactment for the fiscal years of 2018 to 2017 are $540 billion to the against the deficit. So that's in revenue.
One other quick question for you. Why are you pulling out pieces of the TCJA and highlighting that instead of looking at the total impact of the TCJA?
I'm just looking at specific, because we were talking about like the average person, they were talking about the deficit. I think that there's some things that the TCJA, like restructuring the tax bracket to support wealthy individuals and like corporate conglomerates, like that's going to have, depending on who you ask, an adverse effect. But for right now, I guess I wanted to kind of go down the policy.
Right. So again, I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying, because I'm not saying that it didn't have individual provisions within the piece of legislation that was beneficial. That's not what I'm saying. Right. Because it did. Yeah, like I've already said that pre-recorded. I don't know, fucking TikTok. Cut that shit out. Guys, if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Let's get the likes up to 100,000 likes. Also, if we can knock out the daily gift code, that would be awesome. Make sure that you are sending your daily heart me and sharing and reposting the live to your FYP and your stories. For some reason, TikTok think that we're not real, and I'm assuming it's because of the graphic or whatever, but that's fine. We'll keep it moving. Anyway. I'm not saying that there aren't certain provisions within the actual TCJA that wasn't on its face beneficial. I mean, we can agree that creating more space within the tax brackets was a good thing. We can agree that increasing the child tax credit was a good thing. But again, like the individual benefits of the TCJA, when you stack that up against the overarching negatives, then it comes out as a negative in the end. That's the point that I'm calling out. So we can both agree that there were some good things in the short term, but the implication when it comes to the increased national debt and the shift of the burden when it comes to repaying the cuts that were received by the millionaires and billionaires is what I'm referring to.
Okay. Well, and then, okay, so then I wouldn't necessarily be able to, I just don't have, I don't have all of the information with me to, be able to say with absolute certainty that through the TCJ's restructuring of the tax bracket, that I don't have the statistics to make a reliable statement on whether or not it was beneficial. I can just see that real GDP did increase by an average of almost 1%, and that the real GNP did increase for about $470 per person that year whenever it was implemented, in addition to about almost 1 million jobs increasing for non-farm payroll employment. So, I mean, like that, those are the statistics I see that are coming out of the TCJA.
So again, you're pulling out like you're pulling out point. That's fine. Yeah. But if you take a look, like the Cato Institute, the Cato Institution, I'm sorry, not institution, the Cato Institute did a comprehensive study of the TCJA. All right, and this is from 2024. So that's what 6 years after it was already implemented, right? And then with that 6-year study, it says here, did the Tax Cuts and Job Act pay for itself? It talks about like the actual impacts of the TCJA, what it's done, how it's made changes, but it calls out at the very end was that the deficit one in
June 2020, or wait, was that the one June 26, 2024 or January 21st, 2025? I'm just trying to find it.
I think it's June, but let me get back up to the top. July. It's July, not June. July
of 2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, it talks about like the impacts to the debt and the deficit, and it talks about like the current spending that was $2 trillion, and also it says no pro-growth tax cut can fix a $2 trillion budget imbalance. And then talks about like how, again, there's going to have to be some additional offsets for the actual TCJA implementation in order to ensure that at the very least, like it doesn't cause more fiscal impact. So, I mean, there's been multiple studies. You can look at the American Economic Association, the Tax Foundation, like they look at the actual aspects of the TCJA. And again, there were some short-term benefits and there was some individual benefits, but the whole of the sum is negative versus being something that's overwhelmingly positively beneficial. And just to be transparent, the reason why I asked you that question was kind of a trap card. There's no actual positive answer for that question. I knew, like, even I think you're good faith in the sense that you went to something and you tried, but like the answer is there's no legislation that's been spearheaded by the Republican Party.
And like maybe I just haven't read about it. Like,
yeah, no. And which the only reason I have that question is because I've actually looked for it myself. I've actually tried to prove myself wrong. But
so then would we not look? No. And maybe I'm getting it completely wrong. But Cato in 2025, January 21st, published a new article about the TCJ.
Sure. What did it say? What's the title?
And so it's Cato Tax Boot Camp, everything you need to know about the TCJ. And obviously, I'm just starting to get into it. So I'm not going to be able to dive into it with probably the depth that you have if you've said that you've tried to prove yourself wrong with it. But whenever I'm looking with that first figure, that lower income Americans tax bill or tax bills cut the most by the TCJA.
I'm sorry, it's coming up right now. It's spinning for me. So FYI, I was letting you know that I can't see it. Okay. And I can probably like turn my camera around and show. No. It's fine. For some reason, because this says, maybe I didn't click on the right one because there's two of them. This one says it's by Adam and Mitchell. Well, no. In the actual search bar, it says cato.org/blog/cato-tax-quest-radical-tax-reform. Is that what you're looking at? It says cato.org/blog/cato tax bootcamp, everything you need to know about the TCJA. No, I mean in the search bar at the top. What are you seeing? Yeah, the search bar. Okay, so I clicked on the other one then. Let me go to everything that you need to know. Guys, if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, do all the wonderful things. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the back. This is weird. I don't know why it's just spinning like that. Let me try to open it up in a different browser. Anyway, you can go ahead while I try to get it up here. Okay, yeah, I got it up in Chrome now. Okay. So if you scroll down to that first figure, it says lower Americans' tax bills cut the most by the TCJA. Wait, which figure are you talking about? Oh, figure one? Yeah, figure one. Okay. So it's talking about the income bracket, and on the left, it's changes in taxes paid. Now, I may be reading this completely wrong, but this is like the 20-year study by the IRS. So it says that the bottom 50% changed by negative 9.3 for their taxes. The top 20 to 25% to 50% had their taxes cut by 10%. But then whenever we look at the very top 1%, we saw that their taxes actually got reduced the most. So their taxes almost nearly stayed the same within that 20-year period, while everybody else's taxes seem to have dropped negatively by negative 6.1, negative 3, negative 6.6. So and I haven't obviously read further into the article because there probably is a greater explanation for why that is. But looking at the statistics right there, it seems as if that the top 1% actually didn't favor much from the tax cuts in the TCJ, while the rest of working America, the top 50 to top 25%, the bottom 50%, seem to benefit the most out of their taxes. Yeah, it's saying the same thing that we've already said. Again, like I said, there were additional brackets that were created, and there were short-term short-term impacts that were beneficial, right? So when you take a look at the increased amount of brackets and how that actually impacts people, yes, that's beneficial, right? And it wasn't beneficial with creating more tax brackets for the ultra wealthy, because that didn't change for them. So that's why you wouldn't see that actual shift, right? But if you're creating more delineation where the tax brackets, instead of there being 3, you move to 5 or 7 or whatever, then it gives people more nuances when it comes to the ability to claim or get more back because their brackets shift. And that's what it's speaking to. But if you keep going down and you look at the section below, it says tax cuts and deficits. It talks about the actual 1.5 trillion that it's going to add to the deficit over year, combining with the 4 trillion and new revenue, which is 5.5 trillion in gross tax cuts. And so, so it starts to talk about the impacts that I've spoke on, as far as yes, there were short-term benefits. And again, I will continue to say there's been short-term wins, but when you look at the overarching impact that's going to negatively affect everyday Americans, the burden has shifted to the middle class and the lower class paying for those tax cuts because of the increase to the national debt and deficit. Even if you take a look, if you want to talk about SALT deductions, right? That was a big deal. That was something that overwhelmingly negatively impacted everyday Americans, because the way that Americans could claim deductions had now shifted, right? It made things harder for people to be able to get like better tax return. That's why even if you take a look at the last year, I think last year was even though the Trump administration touts that like it was a great tax return year, there was a study that showed that this year was one of the smallest tax returns that Americans had seen, right? So like when you look at the individual pieces, there are some good pieces, there are some bad pieces, but the sum comes out overwhelmingly negative. And I mean, the thing that I want to make sure that I get back to, because the reason for me bringing up the question wasn't to actually go and break down a piece of legislation, but it was to more so highlight the point, speaking to like what you said, right? When you were talking about the actual the way that they identify themselves as like patriotic and all this other stuff and military, I'm not pushing back on the premise of them saying the things, but when you take a look at actual actions, right? When you talk about from a legislative stance, an action would be ensuring that, you know, things done benefit everyday Americans, not just, you know, like the ultra wealthy. And even more so when you take a look at this administration, you see how there is a focus on taking care of. This
administration is, I don't like using this administration as a good example because I believe they're so far right.
Well, it's not about using them as an example. It's about actually understanding where we are in reality. Because this,
well, yeah, I mean, but comparing them to what the Republican Party like used to be on its like economic.
Right. I'm not talking about what they used to be. I mean, like I hear what you're saying, and again, the only reason I brought up that whole point and said the last 60 years was to set the stage for talking about what I'm talking about now, which is where we are. Right. The reason why I say Republicans, you hate our country, it's because the people that they put in power and continue to support currently has done nothing to benefit everyday Americans, but even more so are actively harming everyday Americans. That's the point that I was really trying to get to and drive home. The Republican Party doesn't have a track record of doing anything that actually benefits everyday Americans. But this administration, more so than ever, is one that has overwhelmingly been negatively impacting.
Okay, so then, and I hear you. I absolutely hear you.
Give me 1 second. J Block Zen. I just muted you. Get up here. Get up here. I've been very hospitable to trolls, and that's not normal. I will say that's because I've had like a really good conversation in front of me. But fuck all the thumb thugging. Either get in the box or you're just gonna shut up. Sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. And I'm glad that this has been a like productive conversation. I watch your lives a lot, and you see a lot of trolls, but or just like uneducated Republican voters or like MAGA voters. So then I guess if we're going back to the original thing, right? That third main point, that Republican voters are disproportionately military veterans. Like you say, well, the Republican voters aren't actually doing anything to show that they actually support the average day American within this country. And in some ways, I would absolutely agree. If we're looking at the economy, yes, absolutely. Like we just talked about. But then if we go back to military service, I believe that military service would be a way that that someone would be supporting the average day American. Would you disagree? Do you think that like military veterans or military servicemen aren't supporting the average day American in this country?
Yeah. Again, I'm not sitting here saying that like vets wouldn't be supporting or whatever. That's not the claim. The point that I'm getting to is you're conflating nationalism and then also like a demand for imperialism with actually caring about the country, right? So you can say that someone's a vet and they actually support the country, but that doesn't mean that they actually care, because the country isn't about like the land. It's not about the nation. It's about the people, right?
Yeah.
And so even when you take a look at
people, right?
I'm sorry?
protecting the people, right?
I mean,
Like protecting
that's
Americans,
part of it,
right?
But like, think about this. Overarchingly, if you're saying that veterans are Republicans and Republicans, I'm sorry, if vets are overwhelmingly Republican and vets are supposed to adhere to the Constitution, but yet the vets are actively supporting someone who not only has called for the termination of the United States Constitution, but actively violates the United States Constitution on an everyday basis, then hell, the vets are doing something that goes to contradicting the oath that they take, and which is supporting someone who doesn't stand for the Constitution. Right. So I think there's a difference in saying like, oh, vets and their service. I understand like taking command from the commander in chief, but then actively supporting someone who is, doing things like saying, hey, I'm going to run for office in 2028, which is, flies in the face of the United States Constitution. And you have people who are actively saying like, oh, that's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah.
How can you actually say that you support or you don't hate our country when you're trying to destroy the things that uphold the country?
And I 100% agree that he is. And I would most likely, I mean, you can see presidential approval ratings done by Pew, and they don't match up with the numbers that say the numbers of Republicans that express pride in this country, right? So, well, what is Donald Trump's approval rating?
Last time I checked, it was like 32 or somewhere around there. It's in the low 30s. Okay.
Yes, like 33%. But then if we compare that to Gallup's polling this year for, like if Republicans are consistently the political group to most likely express pride in being American, they ultimately do. So like you have that 70% of Republicans who say that they were extremely proud to be American.
I think you're leaning super heavy on the whole premise of like proud to be American.
And right? And it's not the same. But I understand. I understand. It's not the same.
Do you understand though why people who would identify, because myself, I would identify as someone who like wouldn't say that I'm proud to be an American. Do you understand why people who would say they're not proud to be an American, why they would do so?
Maybe because of the president and the way our country's been running right now?
I think
that people would be embarrassed by this country and say,
I mean, I'm sure some people are, right? I think it's hyperbolic to pretend as if Donald Trump is just like the one thing that's wrong with the country. I think that on its surface, right, on its face, if you like you don't know, then sure you would be like, oh, I hate Donald Trump, the orange man bad, or shit like that. But then once you actually start to learn more about not only what our country has done covertly but overtly, right, you take a look at what our country has engaged in as far as like destabilization throughout the globe, imperialism throughout the globe, the way that our country and nation has actively harmed its citizens, right? Like if you take a little while to study and learn more about what the United States of America has done to Puerto Rico, like that would blow your fucking mind, right? Yeah. So we can talk about the way that it's actually affected. Yeah, the way it's affected like other countries, and especially in the global South. But hell, if you just take a look at how our country has actively harmed everyday Americans, whether it's, the people in Puerto Rico, whether it's women, whether, it's Black people, whether it's the queer community, like overwhelmingly, the country has been, oppressive to its people. And a lot of that oppression has been led by people that are right leaning. It's been supported by people on the left, but it's been led by people that are right leaning.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's absolutely a reason for people to say that they're embarrassed to be an American. Right.
Right. So I mean,
it goes further. There's a million reasons, right? It's racism. You talk about that. It's imperialism. It's, the economy. You could absolutely say that those are reasons, but I guess maybe where we necessarily meet an impasse, and I think that's okay, because ultimately I have more to read. I'm gonna dive into those Cato Institute papers that we were talking about.
right?
Yeah.
But I ultimately do believe if Republicans are saying that they're extremely proud to be American 70% of the time, and 63% of Republicans are making up and joining the military, I would say that sometimes even happens before Trump takes office in his second term, right?
So
these people
let me
in
ask you this.
service
Let me ask you
whenever
this.
Biden was in office,
if you
right?
are actively if you actively support someone who told you from the jump that I'm going to raise your taxes and destroy our global standing and allyship, would you think that there's someone that loves our country?
Sorry, repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
If you support someone who openly told you that I'm going to raise prices on you and I'm going to destroy our allyships globally, would you think that's someone that loves the country?
No, not at all.
Okay, so when Donald Trump
that
told
is what
people,
Trump is doing. He's
right,
actively destroying.
But when Donald Trump told everyone prior to the election that he was going to implement universal tariffs, right?
Well, it was a lie. I mean, like he lied a lot about his policies.
He didn't lie about the tariffs. He added the tariffs.
No. He absolutely implemented tariffs.
Yeah, the point that I'm getting across is like if you look at the things that have been done and then the way that things have been justified, even if you got to a point saying that you thought that something good was going to come out of it, if you take a look at where we are, like the fact that we've been pulled out of the World Health Organization, that we've been pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords again, right? We're being ostracized on the world stage, and the actual inability for us to respond globally when it comes to even like health crisis is because we don't share information, has seen impacts within the U.S. like, you know, the spread of screwworms, right? And then like if you take a look at the rollbacks that we've had within our country when it comes to FDA the regulations as far as food and all this other stuff, like that's why you see this massive recall on eggs. You see a recall on like different produce, right? You see a spike in explosive diarrhea. Like all of this is compound as far as like what they told us that they were going to do prior to taking power. Republicans voted for that. They've done this and they still look to justify those things. And so my biggest point is if they're actively doing things to harm everyday Americans and our country, I don't care how patriotic you say you are. You can say the Pledge of Allegiance every day. Like that doesn't matter if you're actively trying to harm the people while saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Do you think that, because I'm getting to your last point there, like you can you can say the Pledge of Allegiance, but turn around and support a president who's done all of the things to destroy this country, right? Like I absolutely agree with that. Do you think that all Republicans right now are MAGA? And do you believe that all Republicans support Trump? Because his approval rating would say that they don't. Right.
Oh,
so
you're looking at the approval rating that takes in factor people on the left and people that are independent. Donald Trump's approval rating is still high within the Republican Party. Right. So I think, one, that's a thing that you need to make sure that you're looking at as well, because I think amongst Republicans, I think it's still like 90 something. It's ridiculously high amongst Republicans. But the biggest thing that like to answer your question directly,
I found a study from Rutgers just really quick. It does say that it's fallen from originally 81 to 69 is what Rutgers has.
I've never seen any polling from Rutgers. I would be more inept.
It happened just 21
any,
hours ago.
Yeah, I would be more willing to, and I haven't looked at his polling in the last 24 hours. This was maybe from like last month that it was still in the high 90s. The point that I'm trying to get across, though, is like you can sit here and say, oh, I'm not MAGA and oh, I don't support Donald Trump. But if you're not actually actively looking to reduce the power, at least, right? If you're not someone that's actively saying, I'm going to, look to support opposition to put some checks and balances in places, it doesn't matter if you say you do or you don't support him, you still are enabling him and allowing him to continue to amass power, which then drives the point home that you can say like, oh, I'm not MAGA, but if you fall in line and, line up behind and pass legislation, then you're still, doing the things. Thomas Massey, right? Thomas Massey is someone that voted with the Republicans. I want to say it was like 90 some odd % or whatever of the time, but he had a couple of things that he did not vote with the Republican Party on, specifically like the Epstein files. And that made him someone that was ostracized, but he was still someone that was a Republican and MAGA, because that 90 some odd % of legislation that he supported that was Republican upheld what Donald Trump was looking to get done. So like, I get what you're saying. If people say like, oh, I'm not this or I'm not that, like, that's cool, but you are.
Like, so you're saying that the Republicans who, you're saying that the Republicans still support Trump even if they're not supporting like Trump.
Yeah, I mean, if you can say, oh, I'm not a Trump supporter, but if you're still actually willing to vote, then yeah, like you're upholding it.
I see. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to come on.
Absolutely.
I feel like we've had a pretty good, nice.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been a pretty good exchange, and I appreciate you coming up. I mean, I didn't remember you at first, but I remember you this time. So I think that was I appreciate you.
Sweet. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. I'll be checking in on your live.
All right. Have a good one. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debate. This guy said, Santana, you won't come up on our panel. You're scared. Trump supporters love coming. And as a matter of fact, here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna mute you, but I'm gonna send you a request. Come up here and pitch me on why I should quote unquote come to your panel. The floor is yours. I sent you a request. Come up here and explain to me why I should quote unquote come to a panel. Like, the funniest shit about like Trump supporters saying this is, one, the only reason they want me to come is because they're sitting in their echo chamber and it's like 15 of them watching each other scream back and forth at each other. Like, what's the purpose of that? Two, I'm live right now. If you guys had something to say, like, you could come in here and entice me to actually come and debate. Like, I sent you a request, but you didn't accept the request to come up here and even tell me why I should do that. And number three, I go MAGA hunting all the time. I literally go MAGA hunting all the time. If you were worth having, I would have you. So like, I think that's the issue. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter. And,
okay, perfect. R2D2, shout out to you. Is that what you would like for me to call you?
That's fine.
Okay. Can you give me just a few moments to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'll give you the floor? Mm-hmm. Thank you. W's in the chat for Keisha for the $5 donation. Said, my daddy said, jive turkey. It's good for you because, one, you'll get to laugh when you say it. Two, you're also be confused and really pissed, and that's funny. Also, he corrected me and said wait. Okay, I'm gonna, yeah, like,
you gotta run now?
Oh, the taco meat, I get that one. Okay, I was confused at first. You're talking about the chest hair. That's what we were talking about. Debbie's in the chat. Yeah, listen, that was the style, like Billy Ocean. Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna knock him, but that was the style they were running. I'm not running, but wearing. W's in the chat for Paula for the $10 donation. Said, I learn so much every time I'm in your space. Thank you. W's in the chat for Pat for the $5 donation, saying, first, thank you thank you for your guest, Harpoon, for having a real friendly debate. That's how the debate should be. Second, for the first time in almost 20 years, not only did I not get a refund, but I owe $1,200. Always got a refund. Yeah, like a lot of people saw the negative impacts as far as the TCJA and also the One Big Beautiful Bill on their taxes. Like, it's been a whole thing. W's in the chat for Alicia for the 10 that said, you already know. No, you already know. W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 super chat to say, you did awesome debating, Tim Pool. Congrats. Actually, fun fact, it was, like, in my opinion, one of the most boring debates that I've ever done. Like, I didn't think that they were going to release that. W's in the chat for Carl for the $5. I'm sorry, the $2 super chat to say nice job on Jubilee. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $10 super chat to say the entire tax percent was changed for everyone with an added increase of taxes taken from the lowest half of each year. Most people only looked at the first year cuts, not a long-term increase. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you look at the short term, of course, you'll be able to see those positive impacts. But if you look at the long term, you'll see how that's overwhelmingly been harmful. Followed up with another $20 super chat to say someone making 100K should not be paying only 8% less in taxes than a corporation making 500,000 plus, not including you can no longer claim purchases of materials or work for your taxes, screwing contractors. No, that's fact. Like I said, there's multiple things that were done that overwhelmingly negatively impacted. W's in the chat for Kelly for the 150 cheer bits. This S1 dives, throwing pockets full of glitter. Good, mystical, magical Monday. All you wonderful cuties and beauty. Oh, this was yesterday. I'm going to read this anyway. Cuties and beauties. Hopefully everyone's having a wonderful day. Remember to say amazing black Phillips out the window exploding into glitter. And then W's in the chat for Ian for resubscribing over on Twitch for 6 months. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Last but not least, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. All right, I apologize, RTD2. You said that you are a Trump supporter. Would you like to tell me why today, August 18th, 2021, you still support Donald Timothy Trump? Or would you like to actually tell me, or is there a point on the background that you disagree with the most that you would like to start with?
Yes, I support Trump because of immigration and how he's dealing with the immigration problem and dealing with Iran. I think he's finally, I think America finally has a leader that is dealing with Iran. Is the best way to put it. But I just wanted to go back and point out that your side, you people are the ones that do not agree with the Constitution, that are anti-American. If you take a look at the rallies that you guys have, look at the amount of American flags or the lack of American flags. It is rare that you see an American flag or any kind of pride in our Constitution or our country at y'all's protests. And I just wanted to point that out. But we can go back to Iran and or immigration.
Okay. I do want to address what you said before we do. We can definitely go back to that one. I don't support the United States Constitution. I'm a constitutional abolitionist. I think that the United States Constitution needs to be completely scrapped and revamped. So like I have no pushback with you saying that we don't support it. Now, as far as people on the left violating it, that's different. That's not the left. That's literally the right. Specifically, this Trump administration has actively violated the United States Constitution in a multitude of ways. And then even like said that they weren't going to respect the rulings of the Supreme Court when they got caught violating the United States Constitution. So I mean, you can sit here and try to grandstand on the Constitution. Like, I think we need to scrap it. But if you want to look at the actual facts of around who has done what, it's the Republican Party. Last but not least, flying American flags. Who cares? Who cares? Like acting, again, is saying that you actually are quote unquote patriotic versus actually doing things to show that you love the country or you hate the country. Those are different things. I mean, yes, the left has a quote unquote lack of flags when they protest. I don't really care. The right has an overwhelming amount of like Confederate and Nazi flags when they protest, which is weird. So I guess. Anyway, you wanted to talk about Iran and immigration.
What do you love about this country? Just curious.
The people. Not all the people, but like the people in general.
Okay, that's just a general statement, but can you elaborate on that and not just say the people?
Yeah, yeah, sure. The people, when I say the people, I mean the actual people that understand that this country is not only deeply flawed, but this country has been overwhelmingly harmful, but understand that we as individuals have the ability to come together and be better as a whole. Understand that we need to support each other as a whole, that we need to ensure that everyone has the same protections as a whole. And the people who align with that, the people that fight to be good people and fight to help people on an everyday basis to build communities and ensure that we as a collective are making it through this crazy life. Like, I appreciate the people that I've been able to build community with. So like those people. That's what I take pride in. I take pride in my community and being able to share spaces with some amazing people on a day-to-day basis.
Right, but that's everybody in America. I mean, I think everybody agrees with what you just said. We all feel the same way, but what specifically, outside of the people, what specifically is the country offering that you love?
Nothing.
So you don't love this country. Thank you for admitting that.
I'm confused. When did you think, did you think I was hiding that, or have I not been clear about the fact that I think that this country is one that's rooted in racism, sexism, and classism? That's at the very core of who we are. Like, it's literally ingrained into our society, and like, it's blood soaked. Right? Whether you talk about the blood of indigenous people, you talk about the blood of black people. Hell, they're literally still hanging black people today. Yeah, like, no, there's nothing that I'm not fucking patriotic. Fuck the country. Like, if the country wanted to live up to what it was supposed to be, then it would be actively trying to make things better for American people. So, and until the country as a whole, the governmental system is actively doing what's best for all Americans, then no, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm prideful, but I am proud of the people in the country that actually make up the country. It's not about the government. It's not about the flag. It's not about the America, all this other bullshit that you guys try to pretend is like important. It's about literally the people that I get to share spaces with that actually care about other people.
And who is a representation of the people? The government, right?
No.
They're elected by the people. So
no. Your signal is like super crappy.
No,
can you hear me?
It's fine. No, I'm saying
you have bars right now.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Are you gonna run now?
You have really bad signal. For some reason, you keep saying, "Are you gonna run?" No one is trying to run from you. This is my live, you donut. Like, I'm here to talk to you. I'm just telling you, your signal's really bad. You're going in and out, and I can barely hear you.
Right.
You want to try saying? Do you want to try saying what you said again?
Yeah, I was saying that the American people elect our government, and you said that you hate the government, but you love the American people. It doesn't correlate.
It does. The majority of Americans don't vote.
You do not love America.
The majority of Americans don't vote.
Right, but thank you for agreeing that.
No. Again, you sitting here pretending that the United States government is indicative of the people is on its face just laughable. 250 years, 250 years of our country. What percentage of House, Senate, and presidency has been white men over that 250-year history?
What's the vast majority? It's because we founded the country.
No, you didn't find shit. You colonized it. But can you answer the question? Over 250-year history, what percentage of the country has been white men specifically?
The vast majority, the overwhelming vast majority, is because
90%. Yeah. When you say 90%, do you think that white men are indicative of the country as a whole, and you don't know what race nor racism is. I'm not doing that with you. Right. Do you think that 90%, I mean, the white men are indicative of the country as a whole?
No. No, okay. I don't.
So by you sitting here saying, well, the people vote for Congress, and then Congress, oh, you got to love Congress because you love the people. No, that's on its face laughable, because even Congress is not indicative of the people. But even more than that, like I said, the majority of Americans don't vote.
Yes, the Congress is indicative of the people. Yes, I think, yes, it absolutely is, because the American people are like those that represent us. So, and if
we live in a duopoly,
then you know,
what does it mean to live in a duopoly?
So if you do not vote, then you get what ends up what
R2D2. So R2D2. What does it mean to live in a duopoly?
I don't know. I love to hear about it.
That means we have a two-party system. There's no viable third party, and even more so, there's no way in hell that two parties is a proper representation of the people within our country. So you have people who are voting Republican, but what the Republican Party does and stands for and all this other stuff, that's not really aligning with them, but that's the only option because they don't really align with, you know, the Democrats. And then you got people voting Democrat where the actual things that they do and implement or whatever don't align with them, but they don't align with the Republican Party at all. Like, so you're pigeonholed into picking one of two, even though the one of two doesn't properly represent you. That's why when you see areas like New York, like I love the fact that New York has ranked choice voting. And you see, like, ranked choice voting is like more of an electoral system that would be indicative of getting like the true feelings of the people out. And even more so, like eliminating the electoral college and relying on the popular vote with ranked choice voting would actually get a true indicator as far as the people of the country, and then like shift us in a direction that would be beneficial to all people, not just, you know, a small. Is this popcorn?
You think no? Do you think you're perfect there, host?
All right, are you telling me the truth? Someone in the chat said this is popcorn.
Oh, brother, we're just getting started. Are you going to run?
Is this popcorn?
I don't know who popcorn is. This is R2D2.
Chat, is this popcorn?
If it is, are you going to run like you?
Popcorn. Question for you: Why did you come up on this account?
Because you have blocked me on the other two, because you were scared to debate.
Why were you blocked on the other two?
Because I took you. Because I took you every time.
Oh, that's cute. Popcorn. The reason why you were blocked on the other account is because you're permabanned. Popcorn. Do you remember that?
You know that, right?
Popcorn. Do you remember being permabanned?
Disingenuous.
Popcorn, I have a question for you. If someone actually goes through the entire like if someone actually goes through the process of like permabanning you and like they've said no, why would you feel the need to make another account and come back on? Like, one, do you not know consent?
Because
and two,
you guys are scared of debate.
One, do you not know consent? And two, doesn't it make you feel weird that you had to like go and make another account just to enforce yourself on someone that didn't want you?
Santana, have I been civil? Yes or no?
It's not about being civil. I'm not saying that you've not been civil. Like, I will say, hold on, give me this. I'll give you this. There's never been a case that you've not been civil. Like I've never said that you're not civil, but the point being is that one, you don't know shit. Two, you're a waste of time. And three, like the community permabanned you. So you coming back on another account just because you were permabanned on your account to try to get up here, that speaks to who you are. Like I don't know. I just think that's weird that you would actually do that, but it's fine. Thank you for coming back here on this account so we can permaban that one as well. Like consent is so important, guys. Consent is so very important. And if you can't actually, understand consent and like you're not entitled to people, that's so weird. That's so weird. I would never make another account and come back because someone was like that's so weird. Anyway, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly and like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Tony, I'm pretty sure that you're a troll, but I'm going to give you a chance. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
I wanted to touch on a point in that
Are you a
last
Trump supporter or disagree with anything in the background?
No.
No, you're not a Trump supporter. No, you don't disagree with anything in the background?
I really still don't understand this, but I'm trying to.
Wait, hold on. Just can you answer the question directly for me? So no, you're not a Trump supporter, and no, you don't disagree with anything on the background?
I'm still trying to understand the background.
Okay, I get it. So there's a point that you may disagree with. You needed clarification. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So for example,
tell me which point you're referring to.
So for instance, you hate our country. I think that's kind of what the guy was going off of, right?
That's not one of the points on the background. If you just want to pick up on the conversation that we were just having, then okay, I mean, like, we can talk about that. I'm really hoping that you can like answer the question directly. I'm trying to make sure that you're good faith so I can keep you and talk to you. But if you're not going to be willing to actually engage in good faith, then there's no point.
No, I am in good faith, but honestly, man.
Okay, so is there a point on the background that you disagree with?
The background went bad.
Okay, so can we at least get to the starting point that you weren't looking at the background, but you wanted to talk about what I was just talking about? Is that what we're doing? Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Tony, go ahead.
So he was asking you about, if you like this, or if you love this country, and you were saying more or less you like the people of the country.
Yeah.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But here's kind of where my disconnect. Trust me, I know things are not perfect, but you see how you're on a stream right now, you have the freedom to do this and discuss.
Mm-hmm.
In other countries, for example, I mean, this might be an extreme example, but let's just say, I don't know, fucking China, North Korea, you are not even allowed to do what you're doing. You would go to jail. So it just seems disingenuous. Like, that's not true. Saying, like, well, can you explain what's not true? That you would go to jail?
Your statement that being in China, you would be in jail for being on stream. Who created TikTok?
Well, that's okay. I mean, China, I'm assuming.
It's a Chinese application. Like, the premise that they don't have access to do the things that we're doing is silly on its face. But even more than that, right?
No, I'm saying the
freedom
of speech, the freedom of speech, sir.
Right. I'm gonna get to that. Okay. Just because China has controls and regulations as far as Western influence does not mean that they don't have the ability to do this, to speak on certain things. I'm pretty sure that you don't know enough about China to actually make that a statement. You just know what you've heard. That's just that's.
Well, what about North Korea? I mean, I know that's probably not a fair. That's the far extreme. But I mean, shit I've seen online. If you don't pretty much worship their prime minister or whatever, you're going to. It's really bad.
I think the point that I would love for you to lock in and focus on is saying that, well, what about this other country and what about that other country, when we have a lack of true understanding of those other countries is something that, I don't think that you're equipped enough to talk about other countries, because I know even I'm not equipped enough to talk about other countries and what levels of freedoms that other specific countries do or don't have. I know I do have the ability to point to countries that run parallel with the United States, and countries that run parallel with the United States, we're not the freest country. So you can always try to
Understood.
say that I'm going to point to this country or that country. But if you look at countries that are supposed to be on par with the United States of America, other G7 countries, the United States of America, when compared to other G7 countries, is the only country that has a negative trend to overall life, or what is it? God damn it, I forgot how they titled it.
Life expectancy.
No, not life expectancy. The quality of
Quality.
life. Yeah, quality of life. So the indicators that would actually lend itself to like beneficial things for the people, right? So even comparing to other G7 countries, the United States of America is falling short. But when you talk about like freedoms, like the United States of America, you can sit here and say that, oh, I'm sitting on a TikTok live talking right now. But can you tell me what the Trump administration actually did when it comes to ICE and like Google, Meta, Reddit, and all that? Do you know what the Trump administration did?
I can't, but I can I have a prediction.
Go ahead.
Does it have to do anything with like GPS location?
Oh no, well, kind of, but no. I mean, like that's another thing. But
As far as, like,
the Trump
tracking.
administration,
You know what I mean?
yeah, the DOJ has subpoenaed these companies, demanding that they release the information for anyone who has like anti-ICE accounts across their platforms. They're looking to expose them and be able to restrict and directly engage with people. So if you have a profile on Instagram and your profile is like fuck ICE 99, and then you're posting stuff of like that's anti-ICE, they want to know who the real person is so they can actually get to the real person. That's a direct violation of your First Amendment right.
Yeah. Also with the Jewish anti-Semitism rhetoric as well, correct? Or you don't
what do you
know,
mean?
Or you don't know enough?
One second, Daniel, get up here. If I have a tinfoil hat, come up here and tell me what about. Sorry, go ahead.
They're also doing that to target people that speak negatively about Israel too, correct?
Yeah, but that's a little bit different. Like they actually targeted higher learning institutions, withheld federal funding, and things along those lines to specifically target those people that were protesting online and on campuses. So that's a little bit different than people on the internet.
Understood.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to get to, and I think you're trying to say like, oh, I should have pride in my country or whatever. And the bigger thing that the bigger thing that I found, or the bigger thing that I'm really trying to drive home is, if the United States of America wants us to have pride in our country, then they should give us something to be prideful for, right? American exceptionalism is kicking people's ass, right? People who for some reason think that we're the greatest country on earth, but yet they can't name anything that we're number one in that's a positive outside of GDP and the military. Like, what are we doing? Right? I mean, we're not number one in education. We're not number one in life expectancy. We're not number one in healthcare.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Yeah, related. So, I'm American born, but my family is from Brazil, right? I'm 32 years old. So I was born and raised in America. So this is my point of view as someone whose first generation American, where my parents are immigrants. As of recently, I've been going to Brazil during Thanksgiving because I don't have much family here. And one stark difference that I see, and like I said, I'm gonna ask you in comparison, but from what I see, it's okay. So first off, for me, in Brazil, like the quality of life, I mean, I'm on vacation, so anywho, but it's like I envision myself moving there one day, but on the opposite end, it's like my cousins would do anything to be here in my position. So as far as opportunity, and I guess related to the GDP, like you were saying, I do believe the United States is the strongest, or if not one of the best countries in the world for opportunity. What is your studies, what is your research say in comparison to that?
What do you mean opportunity?
Opportunity to better jobs, better career opportunities to where you can be independent. Because it's like for someone in Brazil, it's like you'll work, you know, just out of high school, you'll go get a job, and it's like you'll work, you know, 10 hours a day, make $200 in their currency, but that's like $40 a day, American money. Like
why?
It doesn't even compare. You know what I mean? So it's like, just
why do you think that like Brazil and other countries throughout the global South all see like impoverished standards of living and inequalities when it comes to Western civilization?
So from my understanding, and I don't know too much, but that president in Brazil is it's like social, borderline like social communism, you know? So from my understanding, he has royally fucked those people, but the other candidate is kind of like a Trump. So it's like, how can I say this? It's just sad because it's like the left in Brazil, even though they're getting fucked over, they would still vote for the person fucking them over. Then I guess like kind of like the pro-white type thing. You know what I mean?
It's not that. I mean, like if you take a look at the actual like impacts of you know, not only with like Brazil but other countries throughout the global South, it's the exploitation of Western civilization. Right. It's the fact that Western civilization has continued to destabilize these countries so they can continue to exploit the resources that prop up Western civilization. It's all driven by like the imperialism. I mean, from covert operations from like the CIA to backing, you know, certain rebel groups that continue to actually attack different countries. Like it's all connected. It's a complete web that continues to ensure like the countries, these European countries, these Western civilization countries are able to continue to engage in capitalism, right? And when you talk about capitalism, the exploitation of resources is not limited to like the global South. The exploitation of resources include like the country, in our country, the United States of America, whether we talk about like the people, whether we talk about ideas, you know, resources from other countries like minerals or whatever. The fact is, you can sit here and say that people can come to America and have a better life. I'm not saying that the standard of living for people leaving countries within the global South to come to like Western countries won't be better in some instances. But if you take a look at what these Western civilizations or societies, or specifically the United States of America, like what we have versus how we take care of the people, it's a huge disparity. There's a huge gap. Think about this. Do you know who the largest public employee is in the United States of America?
Walmart?
Yep. Did you know that a large majority of Walmart employees are currently on government assistance?
I did not know that.
Yes, they receive SNAP benefits, and a lot of them even qualify for things like Medicare, Medicaid. Do you know why?
No, but before we get into that, would you just be able to offer other countries, I guess, in the G7 that have comparable opportunities to the United States?
What do you mean?
For financial freedom and job opportunities, career paths.
There's not financial freedom in the United States of America.
I mean, if you work hard enough, I think you can achieve it. But that's another.
Wait, do you think that you could work hard enough to become a trillionaire?
I mean, everyone's definition is different.
No, that's
but
just a straight question. Do you think that if you work hard enough, you can become a trillionaire?
I would change hard to smart, but yes, I mean.
Wait, so you think
nothing.
that you can work smart enough that you can become a trillionaire?
I mean, look at fucking Elon Musk. I mean, I'm not a fucking genius, but
Elon Musk isn't either.
No, I understand, but I mean, he can be. He can be.
He can be what?
A trillionaire. I'm sure if he really.
I mean, he has been. He was the first ever trillionaire in the United States of America, and it's not because he's a genius. It's because of capitalism. When Elon Musk, where did he get all of his money from?
From shareholders and all that type of shit, stocks.
Yeah, the companies that Elon Musk have, they have been propped up through government assistance, grants, things like that, right? And not only government grants and things, contracts from the United States of America, but from multiple countries, right? But specifically, you could talk about like Tesla and the like different grants and contracts that received from the United States government. But do you know where Elon Musk, because he didn't invent Tesla, but do you know where Elon Musk actually got the money from to purchase Tesla?
I'm not sure, no.
From his sell-off in PayPal. Have you ever heard of the PayPal mafia?
Briefly, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The PayPal mafia, a group of billionaires who invested in PayPal and then ended up actually being able to become some of the wealthiest billionaires within our country. Now, prior to him buying into PayPal, any chance that you know where Elon Musk made his money from before that?
His family?
There's one step before that. He did have his own business. There was like this, I forgot what his the business was, but he was able to actually, he had an American business that it was online. It was doing some shit, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, he sold that business to purchase into PayPal. But yeah, that the way that he started the business was from a loan from his dad, Elron, who actually owned emerald mines in apartheid South Africa. So when you talk about like Elon Musk and his pathway to become the first ever trillionaire within the United States of America, it's not because like he grabbed those bootstraps and he just kept tugging. It's literally because he was a Nepo baby that was afforded every opportunity to continue to grow his wealth and then given multiple handouts. Hell, even when Elon Musk started his first business within the United States of America, he was here undocumented, right? His brother admitted that they allowed their green cards to lapse. And so when they started their business, they weren't even legal citizens within the United States of America. And him doing that, parlaying his business into a business with a bunch of other super wealthy people like Peter Thiel, and then buying into Tesla, being propped up by the government, and then stealing other people's ideas and resources and putting a monopoly on electric cars within the United States, and then spinning that off to places like Starlink and Neuralink and all this other stuff, and then buying the Trump administration second term, and then coming in and killing off all of the actual investigations into all of his companies, while then getting granted additional contracts, like removing the contract from Verizon and then giving it to SpaceX, like all of these things, like his IPO where he rolled all his businesses under SpaceX to inflate the IPO and then locked it down for I think almost a year or whatever, and then becoming a trillionaire, making massive gains, and then the stock price just dropping and everyone taking like all these losses while he was still making money. Like all this shit is indicative of capitalism and Elon Musk, not of someone working hard.
Understood. So let me ask you, this conversation is just going in very different ways. Do you have like a substitute for capitalism? Is there some kind of financial structure that you think would help to negate all these freaking schemes and loops?
And I think that overwhelmingly, and I say this all the time, I'm not a communist, but I think communism is the optimal system for all Americans, right? Like I think that America would benefit from communal living, but I think that shifting the country left is more beneficial than anything, and shifting it left to a country that supports like socialist ideas and socialist practices, and then shifting it more left towards like socialism and then further towards communism. Like, I think that would be beneficial. I do want to call out though, like even having like a socialist government is still a form of capitalism, and it just like slows down the form of capitalism that's currently happening. So it's, instead of it just being, you know, off with your heads, it's a death by a million paper cuts, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that looking at where we are versus what we have versus the exploitation of the people, like there's no way anybody could say that things are good for us when you look at the whole. I think people look at it in like an individual aspect or look at it from like a GDP aspect. But if you look at just like everyday people, the whole of the people, we're not doing well.
Yeah, I agree. I want to just, I just want to clarify. I enjoy your stream. It's very informative. I've learned new things. I'm not here to, I mean, I know it's a debate, but as far as like, you know, and it is what it is with the chat and I don't really buy into that. I'm just giving you a perspective of someone who voted for Obama twice. I voted for Hillary Clinton. The stuff that we were seeing with, you know, Biden at the end there, it seemed like it was kind of just my opinion. It seemed like it was like a shadow government, you know, rant, which was pretty much in control behind closed doors. And just, you know, the things that we were seeing, I mean, I'm sure you don't agree, even though these were policies, I guess, passed by the left, but, you know, transgender studies and, you know, funding transgender surgeries in prison. It just got too crazy to the other side.
Did you look up any of the stuff that you heard?
I did not.
Okay. So I'm going to address the first part. The first part first. And I would actually suggest you go look this up yourself. The premise of a quote unquote shadow government that didn't start with Biden. Like, you should look into the history of our country. You should look into the history of like the wealthiest, most powerful families within our country, how they connect with like the CIA, and there's so much to it. So like,
it's like an onion. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a silly statement to say, oh, it happened with Biden. No, but even more so when you talk about like the things that have occurred, that the funniest thing about people who like scream, you know, the left is going too far and the left is doing this and the left is doing that. All it is that people on the left care about like human life. That's been the funniest thing about like all of this, and where people on the right love to claim that someone's like forcing quote unquote transgenderism on everyone. That's not a thing, right? The fact that the people on the left, we often have to stand up and just protect just human rights. Like, that's why people think that, you know, we're so far gone or whatever, just because we think that everyone should have access to human rights, because the people on the right are actively trying to strip away human rights. Like, that's all it is. Well, like, no one's sitting here saying that everyone has to be quote unquote transgender. But then when you have something like Donald Trump spend $215 million on misinformation and disinformation around trans people, like, you have to have someone to counteract that. And hell, even Kamala Harris, she didn't do a good job of that. The Democrats didn't do a good job of that. Like, they fucking suck. They didn't defend the trans people or the queer community. Like, they didn't even come out quick enough to say like the shit's not true. And then they didn't even spend any money on counter ads. So like, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but the thing to me is like, I think even the most logical person, and it's like, okay, transgender, fine, cool. But it's like, to allow, I guess, transgender in women's sports, it's like, all right, so we're going to have he was born a man, but biologically.
Quick, name 5 women's sports teams.
Indiana Fever, Los Angeles Sparks. I can't really, but I was going more towards like UFC fighting. So it's like, all right, so in combat sports for women, I think even the most name one transgender athlete in the NCAA that's dominating. I don't know.
How many transgender people do you actually know personally?
I know one.
And when you say know them, do you mean like, oh, I see this person over there every once in a while? Or like, is this someone that, you have cookouts with?
No,
Okay. Yeah. So like the funniest thing about all of this is transgender people make up less than 1% of the United States population, less than 1%. And the idea that transgender people are the ones that we need to be worrying about, one, you guys don't give a fuck about women's sports. You guys don't really care about women's sports. You're just virtue signaling. 2, when you talk about like trans women in sports, you guys never mention trans men in sports. It's always trans women. Again, you guys just want to attack trans people. 3, when you look at the process that you have to go through in order to even qualify to be an athlete, and let alone the actual treatment that you have to take to be a trans athlete, like you understand the impacts on the body and how it actually completely levels the playing field. None of this is an actual issue. It's just something for people on the right to virtue signal. It's a boogeyman, and it scares you because you're uncomfortable because you don't know trans people. If you knew trans people, then you wouldn't be uncomfortable with this.
Well, I'm sure. Well, you just touched on the transgender for men. Did you not see the story that came out last week with formerly Ennis Cantor, Ennis World Freedom or whatever?
I don't give a fuck about him.
No, I know.
Him and Royce White? Yeah. Like,
those 2 guys
both
who played
of them.
Yeah, but they said that they want to play in the WNBA.
I don't
know.
But like, so this is the most disingenuous shit, because you see people like those 2 that do the weird shit that literally is what you guys are complaining about. You guys are complaining about men and women's sports, but then you back men who want to get into women's sports just because they want to try to make a point. That shit's weird behavior. It's weird behavior.
Well, it's further more than that. It's now the WNBA is determining what a woman is. So it's just like there's just like it seems like no logic on either side. It just doesn't make sense.
It's not about logic on either side. It's about like the right overwhelmingly targeting minority groups. That's what they do. Like, it's the trans community is just their latest minority group that they're looking to target. That's why every single time there's an election, there's a caravan coming from the South. Every time, like, the economy's bad, it's because of immigrants taking people jobs. Every time that, gun laws are up for debate, well, black people are out here and they're quote unquote super predators and shit. And the right just needs boogeymans because they don't have policies. They don't have anything that they actually do for the American people. They just need to scare people into voting for them. Also, your background noise is like wicked.
Oh, I gotta go, guys. I'm going for lunch, but good talk, man. Yep. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. I think that's one of the biggest call outs that we don't talk about enough. It's always a fucking boogeyman for the right. It's never substance. It's always a boogeyman. That's the only reason they do that shit. They always need a boogeyman because their policies, they're not popular and they don't benefit people. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly and you like support the live, you can do so just like Selma. Someone sent a $10 donation saying, Santana, been a while since I caught you live on the clock. Glad to see you. I'm glad to be seen. W's in chat for Selma. W's in chat for Elizabeth for the $10 donation saying, hello, just saying hi. Thank you for what you do. PSR, listen to Feminism is for Everybody. That's dope. I got to tell you guys about the fucking books that I've just finished. Holy fuck. Crazy. W's in the chat for Elizabeth. W's in the chat for Mook, who has been a YouTube member over 9 months. And said, hi, Santana, can you remember or remind me the name of the book you were reading a while ago? Oh, it's the 1619 Project. 1619 Project. That's the name of the book you're looking for. It's fucking amazing. And it's a must read for everybody. W's in the chat for that as well. W's in the chat for Quite Violet for the one cheered bit. And we're all caught up, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. W's in the chat from Michelle for the $25 donation. Michelle said, the same people that criticize Megan Rapinoe and Venus Williams for spearheading women's equal pay in athletics are now weaponizing trans women in sports. They don't care about women. They don't. They absolutely don't. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that $25 donation. Pot. Before we get started, I'm just going to be very open and straightforward. Like I've spoken with you once, so I know who you are. If you get into like the weirdo shit, I'm just gonna kick you. Like I'm not here for your blatant anti-Semitism. Like I don't give a fuck about that. And also I just like I'm looking for an actual debate. So if you've come here to parrot some of the things that you've said in other spaces and places, then you have the wrong place. So I know that you're a Trump supporter. Would you like to tell me why today, August the 18th, 2026, you still support Donald Trump, or is there something specific on the background that you would like to debate?
Sure. Well, I was wanting to talk a little bit about when you're talking about men. Why do you think men are the problem?
Oh, you want to talk about men? No, you're not a man.
So you don't think I can't talk about men's issues then?
No,
so
I don't let people. Are you a man?
I'm not a man, but maybe I will identify as one.
Oh, I don't.
I can identify as a man.
That's not how things work. I'm not going to let you play these stupid ass game, Pot. Don't play with me. The reason why I don't let people talk about topics that don't pertain to them is because I don't allow people who don't belong to set groups to actually speak for those groups. And so if you're going to defend a group, then you have to be a part of the group. Or if you're going to speak for a group, you have to not defend. I'm sorry. If you're going to speak for a group, then you have to be a part of a group.
Okay. Well, what about the Republicans? You hate our country.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that.
Tell me why you think Republicans hate the country.
Sure. The reason why I say the Republicans hate the country is because they actively do things to harm the country, whether it's vote for politicians and policies that overwhelmingly disenfranchise everyday Americans while taking away the things that we need. They do things to undermine the United States Constitution. They actively look to destabilize not only the norms within our society, but the things that overwhelmingly benefit the whole of our society. So when you take a look at the actual impacts of being a Republican and what they have done, you see that they have historically hated our country, but actively are doing things to harm our country.
Do I respond now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would tell you that the Republican Party was the beginning of the Democrat Party. After
I don't care about the Republican Party when it started. I'm talking about today.
Well, even today, the Republicans today still stand for the things in the Constitution. It's the people on the left, and actually, it's more DSA than anything else, pressing the moderate Democrats, into a conundrum, because a lot of modern Democrats are now. I don't care
about you virtue signaling to the other side. Can you tell me how the Republican Party is currently upholding the United States Constitution?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's not just the Constitution, but it's
Well,
the
you mentioned the
entirety of our way of
Constitution. That's why I
life.
said, how are you?
I mean,
can you be
it's everything.
specific?
It's all of our institutions, right?
I mean,
the Republican Party
I
is
don't want you. I don't
single-handedly-
want you trying to run to something else. You said the Republican Party is upholding the Constitution. I want you to be specific
Yes.
and tell me how they are upholding the United States Constitution. Because fun fact, and I'm ready to do this one. The current Republican Party has violated the Constitution in multiple ways, and even with under this Trump administration, it's been ruled on by the Supreme Court a multitude of times. But go off.
I would tell you, I mean, I would say that, Constitution is just one facet of the institutions that hold
Yeah,
us
but
together.
you made the statement,
But
so
the
I
Bill
want you
of
to tell
Rights-
me how the Republican Party has upheld the United States Constitution.
Sure. I mean, all it's had to do, and people ask, how is it that Donald Trump has been able to get so much legislation through? And it's a wonder,
He
right?
hasn't.
Especially with the state that
He
our
hasn't.
Congress is in.
He has.
And I would tell you, well, let
He
me land
hasn't.
my plane.
No,
So
because
I
you're
think that he
fucking lying,
has.
Potts. Why
Well,
would I
I'm
let you
telling
land a
you,
plane, Pot?
Well,
Pot.
I'm telling you.
Why would I, Pot? Why would I let you
Right.
land a plane on a lie?
Well, it's not a lie. You didn't let
It
me
is a
finish.
lie. It is a
No,
lie.
because executive
The current
orders-
Congress, executive order is not legislation. That's why Donald Trump has
right.
done that.
I get that, but that's where, I mean, look, Biden did the same thing with his electric pen or whatever he had.
No,
right?
he
So-
didn't. The Biden
he
administration
did.
is, prior to the Biden administration, every other administration has passed less legislation than its predecessor. Right? This has been a trend that's been happening since like
Who
I want to
passes
say like Clinton.
legislation, though.
I want to say it goes through Congress.
Right. Tell me when
Uh-uh.
Congress has last time passed anything.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying because I'm literally proving the point. It's been on a trend since the Clinton administration, but you see a dramatic shift of when Republicans hold the House, or even the House and the Senate, that there's less legislation that's passed than even the predecessors. But the Biden administration was the first administration since the Clinton administration that broke the trend and passed more legislation than their predecessors. And that's because they work bipartisanly to get legislation passed. Now, when you talk about Donald Trump and his current administration, who has the majority in the House?
Right. So you have the
Who has
majority,
the majority in the
with
House?
Senate. Yeah, no, I understand who has a majority, and I get that.
Can you
But,
answer the question?
I mean, well, yeah, I could, except that you're not. Except you're not
Okay, but
understanding
could you
that
just
these
answer the question?
legislators have their own agendas.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
why
But can you
they're-
answer the question?
I mean, yeah, I would tell you that the politicians, the House
Yeah,
members,
but can you
the
answer the
Congress
question? Who
members,
has the majority in the House?
the Republicans? The
Oh,
Republicans.
perfect. Who has the majority in the Senate?
Yes, the Republicans do.
Perfect. Who holds the presidency?
The Republicans do.
Perfect. Who holds the majority split on the Supreme Court?
Yes. Well, no. I mean, that's obviously supposed to not be a.
Right.
By
But
a
again,
organization.
conservative or liberal, who has the majority split on the Supreme Court?
I mean, look. The Supreme Court. You can't say whether
Who
it's-
has the majority split on the Supreme
Okay,
Court?
so I would just have to say the Republicans.
Conservatives.
And
Conservatives. Yes.
Conservatives.
So the current administration has the House, the Senate, the presidency, and a conservative split 6-3 on the Supreme Court. Tell me again why they can't pass legislation.
Because the people in the House and the Senate, they have their own agendas.
Oh, so
And
you
their
mean the
own,
people that were elected to govern can't govern?
Right.
Okay,
Like
so
the
that's a
people in the
problem
legislature
with
in
the
House.
yeah, that's a problem
Yeah,
with the
it's been
people
a
in
problem
power.
for 60 years, but I
It
mean,
wasn't
we're
a
just now
problem under the
talking about
Biden
it.
administration. I just called that out.
Absolutely it was.
Remember? It
It
wasn't,
absolutely
because
was.
again, the Biden administration was the only administration since the Clinton administration to buck the trend where they passed
Right.
less legislation than their predecessor. The Biden administration passed more legislation than their predecessors, including monumental bipartisan legislation. I'll even call out the infrastructure bill. The infrastructure bill is a piece of bipartisan legislation. And the reason why it was such a big deal is not only that Biden wanted to get it done, but Donald Trump wanted to get the actual infrastructure bill done and he couldn't do it. And you know who else wanted to get the infrastructure bill done and couldn't do it? Barack Obama. Biden was able to get a bipartisan piece of legislation passed that the last two presidents, Republican and Democrat, wanted to get done but couldn't get done. So don't talk to me about the actual Congress when the Biden administration actually bucks the trend.
Sure. So I will give you that one small win, but I would tell you that more people believe that we faked the moon landing than approve in Congress. You know,
I don't care. None of that matters to me. None of that matters to me. It doesn't matter if you're actually elected into Congress to govern, then it's your responsibility to govern. I don't care who's in power, right? Like I'm very vocal about this. Just because you have opposition does not mean that you are absolved from ruling. If you are the party in power, the onus is on you. I don't care if it's Republicans. I don't care if it's Democrats. I don't accept Republicans having power and saying the Democrats are stopping us, just like I don't accept Democrats having power and saying the Republicans are stopping us. Like, no, your responsibility to govern lies with you having power. So if you can't govern, then give up power.
I do agree, but I would tell you that we are governing, that the Republican Party is governing. And they're doing it by upholding the laws and the Constitution. Okay. And so
can we admit, before you go back to the Constitution, can you admit that what you said was false when you stated that they were passing legislation?
Who, the Republicans?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess yeah, I'm a misstep of words. I would tell you that he's had to use his executive order powers, just like Biden has.
What's the issue with executive orders?
Well, because the Congress has been inept, right?
And what's the issues with executive orders?
My issue with the executive order.
No, not your issue. The issue. I don't care what your issue is. This isn't personal to you.
Sure. The issue with executive orders are that they can be overturned.
Yep.
So
and Donald Trump's first administration, do you know how many executive orders he signed?
Who's Biden?
Donald Trump had the first term. Do you know how many executive orders he signed?
Oh my goodness, I probably couldn't even count. I don't know how many.
Over 420 executive orders his first term. When returning to office in 2025, do you know how many of those over 420 executive orders still actually stood?
How many?
I think it was either 16 or 14, one of those two numbers, but. Yeah, like all of those executive orders were either overturned in the courts or repealed by the next president. So you sitting here saying that executive orders is the way that he should go. Donald Trump not only has outpaced himself, but every other president in executive orders. And his executive orders have been challenged. They've been found unconstitutional. And even more so, when you have the House, the Senate, the presidency, and a 6-3 conservative split, you shouldn't have to rely on executive orders. You should be passing legislation.
And I agree with you. And I think that's why it's so apparent how far we've fallen from where we should be. I feel like we have too many people in Congress, especially, who are enriching themselves instead of focusing on their constituents. And I think this is why you now have a huge fracture in the Democrat Party.
Why do you keep talking about the Democratic Party when we're talking about your point? No. You're trying to deflect. I don't care about the Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party. We're talking about Republicans. You hate our country. So you're supposed to be explaining to me how the Republicans don't hate our country. You're like you saying the Democrats does not disprove the Republicans hating our country.
Right. So I would tell you that enforcing our laws that are in the Constitution and enforcing the border security.
What laws in the Constitution did they enforce?
Things like this.
What laws in the Constitution did they enforce?
I mean, we have an entire section on how to immigrate into our country. What
laws in the Constitution has the Republicans enforced? Because fun fact, the Supreme Court said they actually violated the United States Constitution when it comes to immigration. So what laws did they enforce?
So what you mean is that you have under Biden, you had
but what about Biden?
Right? I mean, a lot more resistance.
But what about Biden? What laws have the Republicans upheld within the United States Constitution when it comes to immigration?
Pardon me. I think that the fact that they have just, been getting people out who have overstayed their visas. And,
that's not a law within the United States Constitution. That's also not something that's happened. So again, specifically when it comes to immigration, what law have they been upholding? Because I can tell you that they've been violating the United States Constitution. They've been violating due process, which is in the United States Constitution. They've been violating. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think it's kind of nuanced.
It's
because
not.
I feel like
it's not. I don't care about your feelings.
I feel like it's been. I don't care. I know, but it's totally been nuanced.
No, it's not. The courts have ruled on it. No, it's not. The courts have ruled on it.
Because look, Donald Trump, the only way he was able to get through anything, because he already knows that the Congress is inept. The only way any president can get
his Congress. It's his Congress. Mike Johnson, Republican, leader of the House. John Thune, Republican, leader of the Senate. It's his Congress. It's the Congress that's in power that you just said is inept. Rode the wave of Donald Trump. Literally, the one thing that I can say is that Donald Trump, anytime that he's not on a ticket, Republicans underperform. So if you want to say that the current Congress is inept, it's because of Donald Trump. A lot of these Republicans that are in power rode the wave in the back of Donald Trump. So if you want to say they're inept, then you need to take that up with Donald Trump allowing his party to be filled with inept people.
Do you think that the Congress, who has been there longer than Donald Trump, are also maybe complicit in some of these problems that you think we're facing as a nation? It's like, it's not just the administration, right? I mean,
I think if you're talking about what we're currently seeing, it's because of Donald Trump and MAGA, right? If you take a look at,
you're seeing, like specifically,
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry,
when you talk about like the current things that we're seeing, it's because of Donald Trump and MAGA. Donald Trump has been the predominant figure within the Republican Party since 2016, right? And you can talk about how certain members of Congress predated Donald Trump, but you've seen either one of two things. You've seen a situation where you get like Mitt Romney, or you get John McCain or Liz Cheney, right? You get Adam Kissinger. You get ostracized and tossed out of the Thomas Massie, right? Tossed out of the Republican Party, and you call them rhinos because they don't fall in line. That's one version of what you see. Or you become someone that is somewhat of a cuck, right? Like little Marco Rubio, who is now the Secretary of State, lying Ted Cruz, where Trump said his dad killed JFK, and now he's selling out for Trump. You like JD Vance, who said Donald Trump is the right's Hitler, but now is his vice president. So when you talk about the Republican Party and the influence that's happened due to Donald Trump and MAGA, there's one of two routes. Either you get down or you lay down.
So let me ask you this, because I would tell you that Donald Trump's election kind of saved our nation and kind of saved the, we have a couple of different directions we could go here. The DSA movement in the Democrat Party is really moving
Why
forward,
do you keep talking about the Democrats when the topic is the Republican?
Because Republicans and Democrats are like one of both coins, right? It's like one side to two coins, or one coin and two sides, right?
The only reason the DSA exists today is because of MAGA.
I don't believe so. I think that DSA is something that's been coming along, and we've seen it. I mean, we saw the same movement in 1969.
The only reason DSA exists today is because of MAGA.
The IRGC.
The only reason DSA exists today is because of MAGA. The DSA is not. Yes, no, that's literally true. The reason why the reason why the DSA has gotten any type of air is because MAGA and Donald Trump have been extreme fascists, and so there has to be some type of counter approach from them, right? And so now you even see people who supported Donald Trump supporting the DSA. Because the people that originally, quote unquote, believed in MAGA believed in a lie. And so a lot of them that's seeing that Donald Trump isn't going to actually deliver on any of the shit that he said he was going to deliver on would rather actually go in a different direction than to continue to uphold what MAGA is doing. The only reason the DSA exists today is because of MAGA.
I mean, and tell you that the DSA has been around since the 60s. They're the same exact people that went to bat for the IRGC in '69. They're the same ones that helped overthrow the Shah. We're seeing a history repeat itself.
That was the CIA. You're fucking lying. That's the CIA. You're fucking lying. And when I'm talking about the DSA, yes, it was. Yes, you're fucking lying because for a fact. Yes, it was. You know for a fact that I'm talking about the actual current movement that you're seeing with the actual people who are winning elections on like policies that are quote unquote far left. That iteration that you're seeing today, and even the establishment Democrats are terrified of, is because of MAGA. So you can say that the premise behind being a socialist or, communist or whatever, those have been around, sure. But the actual entity, what we're seeing within the DSA today is because of MAGA. It's reactionary because of MAGA.
So you think that the Make America Great Again slogan is what, and the people who follow the slogan, I mean, like they did when Clinton had the same one and when Reagan had the same one.
Clinton didn't have the same one.
People, they did.
Not the same one. No, it was different.
Same, very similar.
It was absolutely different.
We're repeating history. We keep
it was absolutely
history.
different, but it was absolutely different. But you know why I don't give a shit about the actual quote unquote Make America Great Again slogan and all this other bullshit?
Why do you dislike the slogan?
I know Pot, because I've talked to you enough to know that you know about history and you're not stupid. So tell me what I'm about to put on the screen. Tell me what I'm about to put on the screen.
Nope, I'm going to wait till you do it. Come on.
Yep.
Now, really? Now, so who do you want to bet? Is that a Democrat? Yes. Democrat Party.
What organization is that?
That's the Democrat Party. That's right there.
That's the KKK. That's the KKK with the actual America First premise, the Make America Great Again. It's literally the Democratic Party. Hey, question for you. Who did David Duke endorse?
Hello, he endorsed the Democrats too. He endorsed Obama.
Who did David Duke endorse in the 2024 presidential election?
Now you know that Donald Trump himself.
Who did David Duke endorse in the 2024 presidential election?
David Duke decided to endorse the Republicans.
Who did David Duke endorse in 2020?
Come on now. I mean, I think
who did he endorse?
Donald Trump.
Who did David Duke endorse in 2016?
Donald Trump, but you know that it's not. You know it's not. Oh my God!
Question for you: the KKK
started by the Democrat
did they
Party.
Actually vote for in the 2024 presidential election? Did they vote for the black woman or the white man?
I mean, I'm pretty sure that Donald Trump disavowed all in any racism.
Who did the KKK vote for in the 2024 presidential election? The black woman or the white man?
I mean, come on.
Why can't you answer the question,
Pot? Black Lives Matter vote for?
Why can't you answer the question, Pot?
Because you know that it's Donald Trump. But you're asking
so you're sitting here and pretending as if the actual hate groups within our country, the ones that you're propping up, the Make America Great Again, which is derived from the KKK, and even more so, it derived from the slogan "Make Germany Great" that was done by Hitler. Right? You pretending as if those things haven't been repackaged and repurposed by this current Republican administration.
By the left, you mean? The DSA is totally fascist. I mean, you even got the anti-Semitism right there.
Can you tell me what point you are trying to make to explain why the Republicans don't hate our country? Because you haven't given me anything yet to make me believe that the Republican Party, you haven't given me anything except your feelings.
I mean,
can you name one piece? Because you talked about like the Constitution, and the Republicans have been violating the Constitution.
I mean, didn't we like make sure the 1965 Voting Act passed in spite of the Democrats? Didn't we?
I'm not going to play this silly game with you, Potts, because you know what the Southern strategy is.
Everything.
Pot, I'm not going to play this silly game with you. Like, don't. At this point, I feel like you're insulting my intelligence.
No,
I really feel like you are
being purposely obtuse.
How am I being purposely obtuse if we've already talked about it?
Because you won't.
Pot, if we've already talked about the Southern strategy, why would you sit here and play in my face? Did you forget that we spoke about the Southern strategy?
We did. I remember.
Okay. Did I not put the 1954 map on the screen, and then the 1964 map?
Yes.
And did I not call out the actual 1954 Republican platform that specifically aligned with the ideology of the Democrats today? Like, don't play on my face. Name one piece of legislation that's been passed by the Republican Party over the last 60 years that overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans more than the ultra wealthy.
I mean, every time they protect your right to like,
and that doesn't sound like a piece of legislation.
Or those are, it's all legislations. Though.
No. It's not all legislation. Legislation is legislation, Pot.
No, legislation
is legislation, Pot.
I mean, if you want to talk about executive branch, we could talk about that. But
name one piece of legislation that the Republican Party has passed that overwhelmingly benefits everyday Americans more than the ultra wealthy.
I think the whole concept is skewed, and I think you do it on purpose.
So you can't.
I could.
Okay, then do it.
Not in the way that you would probably agree.
Yeah, because it's not beneficial to everyday Americans, the whole of everyday Americans.
I think
you're gonna say some shit that would either specifically benefit individuals, specifically be like, you know, some jacked up shit or whatever. You're not gonna be able to say something like, oh, the Affordable Care Act, right?
Well, the Affordable Care Act was never meant to be sustained. It was always meant to fail.
Yeah, no, the Affordable Care Act was supposed to be a stepping stone.
The Affordable Care Act was meant to fail into a single payer system.
No, it wasn't. It was supposed to be a stepping stone. It was supposed to be a stepping stone to universal health care. It was. And you said fail into a single payer system. That's that's stupid, Pot.
That was totally what they planned.
How do you fail? How do you fail into universal health care?
Because it was never affordable, not to begin with, not ever. Without the subsidies, who could afford it?
Why?
Who could afford it without the subsidies? Because they didn't have the competition.
No,
because government doesn't do anything
first of all, you're fucking lying, because when you look at the actual, you're lying, because if you look at the actual ramifications of the Affordable Care Act over the after it was passed, I think it was the first 3 years, there was a slight increase in the premiums, but after that, since it has been in place up until like the start of this year, premiums as a whole have continued to decrease, where there's been more savings than what it was prior to the implementation of the Affordable Care Act.
Do you know why that is?
Yes, I do.
Why?
That's because one, the Affordable Care Act has given access to millions of Americans to gain access to healthcare, and so when you have more people who have more access to healthcare, then the premiums come down. But two, it causes more competition within the healthcare industry, so people can't actually just continue to jack up prices because they're the only game in town.
The competition is why the healthcare premiums have come down.
No, it's not.
The competition where it's private funded businesses, where doctors get together and they open their own practices.
No, it's not.
And they're subscription based.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. If that's the case, then why did premiums go up in 2026? Is there less competition?
I told you that a lot of people are getting their healthcare subscription based with no insurance.
Is there less competition? Is there less competition in 2026?
There's more competition now.
Okay, so if there's more competition, then why did the premiums go up in 2026?
Because you're talking about government spending money, government spending. They do not do things like this well. This is where a perfect example.
What do you mean you're talking about government spending?
Because if you look around your town, the chances are you're going to find at least one medical emergency place. They're popping up everywhere, right? So not only that, but they have subscription based now to where all you have to do is pay a subscription. $100 a month gets you a free doctor visit, unlimited telehealth, in-home labs. You can have a box mailed to you that has a book in it, and it tells you when you're sick, these are your symptoms, and it prescribes you a medication that comes with the box. Do you understand that private industry?
You sitting here saying that people have to have a subscription in order to have healthcare is fucking mind blowing.
Some people choose it.
That's fucking mind blowing, and that's silly, right? Because healthcare is a human right. Like the entire premise of you somehow saying that like it's beneficial or like I don't know. This is weird shit.
It's beneficial to give more people more options.
But again, if that was the case, if that was the case, then premiums would have went down, but they didn't go down.
No, because the government still has its overhead.
You know what happened? When the Republican Party did not extend these subsidies for the ACAs and then passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, 17 million Americans got kicked off of their healthcare coverage at the start of 2026. How many people got
kicked off their healthcare coverage when the ACA took effect?
I'm gonna finish. 17 million Americans got kicked off of their healthcare at the start of 2026. And you know what also has happened and continue to happen and is set to be completed by the end of this year? 466 rural hospitals are closing, right? Because they've lost funding. They've lost funding for Medicaid because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Those 400. Those no. I don't care about you guessing. I don't care about you guessing.
That's why they're closing.
Okay, give me a study that say those 466 rural hospitals are closing outside of something besides the pulling of the Medicare grants that were afforded to them.
Because you get things like OSHA, right?
I don't want to hear you say words. I want you to give me a source that says that, Pot.
So you don't understand the correlation.
I want you to give me a source, Pot. I want you to give me a source because I have direct sources showing the actual implications and the reasons why these 466 hospitals. And guess what? I was going more into that depth because the 466 hospitals, they actually service 9 million Americans, and they also employ 275,000 Americans, and they're all set to be completely closed by the end of 2026. I have the numbers. I have the studies. We've seen the impacts. Hell, some of these shutdowns started prior to 2026.
Right.
So I don't want to hear you guess. I want you to give me a source. Okay. No, I want you to give me a source that proves what you want to say, not for you to just say things that you want to say. If you don't have a source, Pot, I don't care.
Okay, so I don't have a source.
Okay, so then you're not going to say it.
But when you talk, okay, so I'll say it this way then. So when you talk about things closing down like community hospitals, it's a lot like when schools close down. Okay, it's not necessarily a lack of funding. You have to ask yourself, what are the requirements to get the funding to begin with? I don't care about you guessing. I'm telling you that the reason why these, you saying you have to figure out why. No, we don't. Like, again, the studies, the studies show that these 466 hospitals are directly closing down because they don't have the funding that was pulled with the passing of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The cuts that were received to Medicaid and Medicare directly pull funding from these 466 hospitals. Right. And I tell you again, it's because the tax system, the way that we tax people in a community that goes towards their hospitals, right? If you're not accruing taxable income in a community, right? When say communities start dying back or losing population or whatever the case is, when there's not enough taxable income, there's only so much subsidies you can get from the government.
Why is there not enough taxable income within the United States of America?
No, because it's not government. It's not that's not how we distribute it.
Why
It's
is there not
distributed
enough
at our
taxable
local
income within the United States of America?
There's plenty of taxable income within the United States, but I don't believe we have enough participation. Like some people would say that a utopic government.
Wait. So when it comes to the taxes paid, is everyone proportionally taxed?
No, that's not really how it works. I mean,
so when you say that there's
like
not enough taxable income, that's because the ultra
we
wealthy
don't have enough participation.
No, it's not about enough participation. It's about the ultra wealthy who disproportionately don't pay taxes at the same clip as others. That's why when you see things like in 2024, Jeff Bezos, right, paid I think it was $2.7 billion in taxes, which that sounds like a massive number. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like 2.7 billion isn't a lot of money. But when you look at proportionate to his wealth and what he made, that's just like someone who made $100,000. Check this out. While Jeff Bezos in 2024 paid $2.7 billion, that's proportional to someone making $100,000 and paying $3,000 in total taxes.
I think that sometimes we have to.
If someone made $1,000 and I'm sorry, made $100,000 and only had to pay $3,000 in taxes and got to keep $97,000 of their total income, would that benefit them?
Well, you have to look at taxable income.
That's just no. You don't have to look at taxable income. That's a direct question. That's a direct question. If someone made $100,000 and they were able to only pay $3,000 and keep $97,000, would that benefit them?
That would tell me that they don't have that much taxable income.
Would that benefit them?
I mean, tax breaks always benefit those.
Would that benefit them to be able to keep 97% of all the income they earn?
97% of what? If you only
income that they earn.
But $3,000. Okay, so if you pay $3,000, that means your taxable income, right, has to be somewhere below poverty level, right? So
do you think Jeff Bezos' income is below poverty level?
No, I think somebody like Elon
why proportionally did he pay that amount in taxes? Because again, 2.7, I'm not sneezing at 2.7. I'm not sneezing at that. But when I'm talking about proportionally speaking, I mean, we can both agree that that's silly, right?
Sir, of course. No, I understand. I see what you're saying, but you're not hearing what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that they don't have taxable income like that. When you get up to that point, when you get to be so rich, like you could be Elon Musk, right? So he's a trillionaire supposedly, but you don't think he has $1 trillion sitting in a bank account. He may only be taking a salary of $20,000 a year.
Why is it that it's harder to tax those type of people?
Because they put their money in the stocks and bonds,
and
they buy art and because of a bartering system.
Because of loopholes. Because of loopholes. And so if we do things like tax them on if we do things like tax them on unrealized capital gains, would that close loopholes and actually give us more taxable income?
I mean, I think there's some loopholes that definitely should be closed. You're absolutely right. I don't believe that all of these people that should be, but you do have to understand that there is a big difference between taxable income and income. Because if you put most of your money into a portfolio and you only take $20,000 a year, your taxable income is considerably lower.
That's literally that's the point that I'm making, Pot. I mean, there's loopholes. There's loopholes that are exploited by the ultra wealthy. And so there is enough taxable income if you actually tax the people with all the money.
But
what up, Solid?
Okay, but if you did that, in order to do that,
I said, what up, Solid?
You would have to.
I said, what up, Solid?
I'm just really confused by Pot. Like every time I see her, she confuses me. But
because you would have to, man, y'all just.
I want to. Can you describe that subscription again? Can you
sure. So, like my mom, right? Like my mom doesn't get out of the house much. She doesn't like to get far away. So I found a subscription service, and it's $100 a month, and they get unlimited teledoc health. Like she could call up 24 hours a day if she has a problem, and then she gets a doctor visit once or twice a month, and then they come in, they do her labs and everything, and they have like a lab at their shop or their store or whatever.
What if you didn't pay the subscription? What if you?
Then I guess you don't get the services. You don't get those services. $100 a month. I mean, I think that's relatively affordable.
No, I'm saying what if you just wanted a doctor's appointment?
$100 a month for my doctor, I'd be cool.
Pots, slow down.
Oh.
All right. What if you just wanted to pay? What if you just wanted to see the doctor?
Then I guess
you wanted to pay for that. You think they would charge you a lot?
But what's your options if you can't leave your house? I mean, who are you supposed to call? An ambulance?
You think they would charge you a lot though?
A hospital would.
Yeah, they would charge you a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, I mean, if you could have a doctor come to your house,
you pay a little bit every month.
Yeah, if you have a doctor come to your house, isn't that much easier than loading up sick kids?
Yeah, sure.
Dragging them through the snow.
That accumulates a lot, right?
I'm sorry. I mean, that's the great thing about America and our capitalistic society is anybody can open up a business and run one.
Yeah. No, yeah. So you're
so
all
if you want to open up a business,
you're really squirrely. You know that?
So look, if you want to open up a business that accepts
We're talking
Medicaid
about
patients,
subscription,
and then hire yourself a few doctors, right? And then start taking a subscription base, you can do that.
What is going on?
I'm just trying to point out that,
I'm just saying
shit is like,
Pot, you have to stop speaking in order to hear what Solid's saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
Let's talk about the subscription. The beautiful thing about America is when you open up any kind of business you want to do anyway.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Fucking lock in, all right? So people pay a little bit of money, right, to avoid large costs every month, and then that that allows them to see a doctor that would otherwise be super expensive. Okay, all right, that's all it's just that you're describing health insurance, and and I was like wondering how long it was going to take before you realized it.
Well, what I mean is that like today, like because there's not very much competition. Well, there's more competition now than there was like when Obama was running, right? Obama had this idea of this. A lot of the left really picked up this whole universal healthcare thing.
Do you think you're addressing what I'm saying?
I think I'm sort of. Because
she doesn't answer questions directly, Solid. You have to like say it 5 or 6 times, and then you have to stop her from going left while she's trying to go left or go right.
Wow, tangent. Yeah.
Because she won't answer the question directly.
Why do you think that is, Potts?
I think because
that was a question.
Look, I mean, it's not like sexuality, right? It's like non-binary, right?
Well, how did we get all the way over there?
See?
Well, because
I had
that's
a
how
lasso,
politics is. Politics is non-binary. It's not just black and white. It's not just
right here.
There's a lot of stuff.
Hey, Pot.
You have to
Pot. Focus.
What? Okay.
Yeah, no, Pot. I'm going to be honest. I think you know what you're doing. I think you're doing that on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Also, Solid. To be fair, you can't say like other words that gives her the opportunity to run because she's going to take it. So you have to be very precise.
Okay, health insurance. You described it when talking about the subscription. So you acknowledge that healthcare is expensive in this nation. The reason why that happens is because, by your words, anybody can start up a business. And these businesses have been able to collude on how high their prices are. We should stop them from doing that because healthcare is not something you should have to pay a literal arm and leg for. Tracking?
Okay. Yes. And I agree with you. I do agree with you.
All right.
I agree. And I just think that we don't see the same way to get there. I think that you see that the government is able to do it better with our tax dollars. And I tell you that it's better to allow the private industry to fill in the gaps. And in that manner, the people, supply and demand will
Yeah.
will ultimately decide.
Why is it better to let private companies decide?
Also,
Because
was that happening prior to the ACA?
I think that look, I mean, this is very early on. This is before you started seeing all of these walk-in clinics. This is before you started seeing them.
It wasn't.
No, it really wasn't a thing.
No, it wasn't happening
Right.
before the ACA. Okay, cool.
I mean, it's relatively kind of a new concept. And I mean, I've been talking about it for a minute, but we do see more and more small walk-in centers, even Walgreens. I think one of the first places that really started doing it was like Walgreens and CVS. You started seeing the pharmacies doing it. And then after that, you saw other people
we'll try this again.
opening them up.
Is healthcare expensive?
Healthcare, I think, is expensive because we make it that way. I think that there's a lot of expenses.
Okay, so
that we
the
can
answer
cut.
is yes. You've just said yes.
but
Healthcare is expensive. All
I
right.
feel like it's conflated.
Are we letting the companies fill in the gaps per your words?
I think we're letting, I don't think that so the government, in my opinion, they're not going to be able to stop this. This is something
That's not the question I asked.
I don't think they want to
Let's bring it
stop
back to zero.
Okay.
Are we letting the companies, the private corporations, fill in the gaps? Are we letting the private corporations determine their own prices for healthcare?
No. Yes and no. I think that the government is willing to allow certain entrepreneurial development so long as it maintains a professional demeanor, right? So long as you're following the laws, like, you could be a private industry and work for, say, the VA.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to zero one more time. Are we letting private corporations decide their own prices?
Not really, because there are
Yes,
you can only,
yes,
it's the market rate.
Yes, we are. They set the price. They get determined, and in a lot of instances, they're colluding to ensure that prices are only upscaling versus any type of reductions.
Well, I think that Donald Trump, look,
I don't care.
I
what
will
you think,
say this.
I don't care what you think. I would like for you to acknowledge directly the answer that I just gave specifically to Solid's question.
All right, Solid.
Okay. Yeah, now we're good. Let's recap. All right. Healthcare is expensive because it's privatized, right? And we need to. No, you just said you did agree that healthcare is expensive.
Healthcare is expensive.
You have just agreed with Santana that healthcare is privatized. That healthcare, yes.
That's not what I said.
That private corporations are determining their own prices. You just agreed with Santana on it. Don't be dishonest.
She never agreed to it. She just knows that it's right. That's why she didn't push back on it after I said it.
What I think keeps our prices high.
What I said, is it wrong?
It's not wrong. Like I said, it's not that I don't think that we're too far off. I just think that you believe one way is better, and I think another way is better, and I think my way is proven to be better. And I mean, the way I believe, the way I think, because all of, while you might say, well, this hospital is closing down, right? Well, look,
what is your way?
Look at it this way. So if the hospital doesn't have a lot of cash,
what is your way?
What is my what?
Your way. You said your way is better. What is your way?
Well, I think that the way that we have seen private industry kind of creeping up, I think that when you give people an opportunity or an option, under the ACA, some people were paying upwards of $1,200 a month, right? And that was for very basic care. Now, even today, which most people get their insurance, their health insurance through work. That's always been kind of the status quo, right? But then the ACA came out and it really screwed it screwed things up for a very long time until we started to kind of get this hybrid system, right? So the hybrid system kind of came in and we start seeing places like these old hospitals closing and things like that. It's because more people were able to stay home and receive the care they needed outside of the emergency room.
Yeah,
the emergency room was killing us.
You're just making shit up.
I'm not.
Healthcare still unaffordable. And it's
Healthcare
because
is still unaffordable, but it's because of the inflated prices.
All right. So you admit that healthcare is unaffordable because of the prices, because we have allowed corporations to set their own prices.
No.
All
What
right.
if I
That's
tell
all
you
we
that
needed.
it's these
That's all
it's
we
these
needed.
status quo insurance companies?
Who
right?
sets the prices?
The government or the insurance companies have the monopoly. There's like, a handful of them basically get to have control of everything. So
and the insurance companies pay who? Why do we need insurance
companies?
Well,
that's why I'm telling you. So what happens when? Okay. So a lot of doctors decided
that doesn't
they were
answer
gonna
my
stop
question.
accepting.
Why do we need insurance companies?
I think that insurance companies do a lot of good. I think that the expectations
that doesn't
are
answer
a
my
little
question,
much.
Potts. Why do we need insurance companies?
Let me hop in here for 2 seconds, really quickly. Pot, I'm gonna say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'm gonna give the floor back to Solid to try to drive home the point. So, and I would really like it if you directly engage with them. I'm gonna take a quick bio break while Solid speaks to you, and by the time that I come back, if you are not engaging in good faith, I'm just gonna kick you. So please, after I do this and Solid has the floor, please actually engage with him. That would be super helpful. W's in the chat for Ali for the $6.99 super chat to say, the thing I hate about bigotry is that it tries to present itself as counterculture, as if they're ever brave to blindly uphold the status quo. Like, that's a fact. I mean, they're literally just cowards pretending to be standing on some type of moral high ground. Debbie's in the chat as well for Quite Violet for the 1 cheered bit, and Trumps for the 5 cheered bits. Yeah, like she's playing in the face, like literally. Debbie's in the chat as well for Jay. What up, Jay? For the $20 dono, say kick fun. Where's Ari? Solid. You two nice today. Boy, we don't have a kick fun, but Jay, I appreciate the hell out of you. Solid's here now. I don't know. Like, I've been off all weekend and I'm really trying to have some debates, and so I don't want to scare people off. I'm actually looking for some debates because I've missed doing this all weekend. But W's in chat for Jay. W's in chat for Jonna. Hey, Jonna, for the $10 donation, saying just got a letter from Medicaid telling me that I may need to make $600 a month, or they will take it away from me. I'm currently applying for disability. If I work, I won't get disability. How the fuck do I win here? Caller, exactly. You don't, and she doesn't actually have an answer. W's in the chat for Tyrone for the $5 donation, saying, will these broke bigots learn? They won't. W's in the chat for the $5 dono. Guys, thank you for all the love. Thank you for all the kindness. Like I said, I missed you guys over the weekend. If you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure that we're taking care of Solid while he's up here. Make sure that we hit that follow button. Make sure that we are gifting Solid. Make sure we're doing all the wonderful things. Also, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. And can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's to let them cook. Please knock out the daily gift goal. Last but not least, only requests up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only requests up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Pot, please remember what I said. Solid, you got it.
Okay, I'm not sure I need Potts. The answer is because healthcare would be too expensive out of pocket. So it's a double whammy. It's really expensive to afford healthcare, and insurance is, poses itself as a help for that reason by pooling funds, but it's actually getting even more expensive to afford insurance, which means that it's very difficult to afford even that. So we're good. this pretending like we need corporations to do stuff for us is just really bizarre. We have a defense budget that is the largest defense budget in the world. A third of that goes out to defense contracts. We don't need to do that. A defense budget is a third of our budget. We can reallocate some of that. We can tax the rich and absolutely just do the things that are going to save your life, especially for non-ambulatory people who can't even make it out of their home. I just think it's a no-brainer. It's something that you don't have to think about, really. In fact, it defies logic that anybody would have been tricked into thinking that the privatized healthcare is a smart thing to do. It just goes to show that, political ideology is more about identity and loyalty and conformity than it is about rationale and doing what's good for the people. And now that Santana has left the room, you know what to put in the chat. You know exactly what to put in there. I don't even have to say it, do I? You know exactly what to go ahead and start. Go ahead and put them on down there. Nope, no, not kangaroos. Not kangaroos. You know what I want. You know what emoji. There they are. There they are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me get some of them butt bananas. Yeah. Wait, I'm going to stop saying it like that because that even creeped me out. That creeped me out even. Whoa. Yowza. Yowza. Petty keeps putting kangaroos in the chat. I feel like that's a threat. I feel like Petty is threatening me. Let's see here. Oh, Juice has joined in on the kangaroo fun there. Here we go. Who turned the comments off? Don't turn the comments off. This is happening. Pizza hot dog. Pizza glizzy. Oh, ooh. Yep. Hey, let's switch it up, y'all. No more about bananas. Only pizzas and glizzies. Huh? That'll be a pleasant surprise. Santana will love that. If he came back to a chat full of pizzas and glizzies, oh, he would be over the moon. He would probably give us all some sort of a reward if we did that. Yeah, pizza glizzies. That's right. Glizzies. Is a glitza. Yeah, a glitza. Yeah. Yeah, there they are. There they are. All right, keep it up, y'all. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Yeah. So anyway, there I was, having a conversation with some friends of mine, and my friend, he tells me, "Oh, I got this brand new step ladder." I go, "That's nice," and he said, "Yeah, I never met my real ladder."
Cute. I tell you a pretzel joke, but it's too twisted.
Hi-oh, boom, boom. Yeah, I got a joke about memories, but I forgot. Hi-oh, no respect, I tell you, no respect. That's it. I don't know what's Santana's probably doo-dooing. That's probably what's going on. It's probably a doo-doo. We have to respect the man's doo-doo time. More dad jokes? Okay, all right. Let me see here. Mods, drop the mod. Nope, can't do it. What? Can't drop me. I'm a master mod. Let me see here. I agree with most of what you said, but I personally need private health insurance. Why would you need private health insurance?
Options, man, options.
Okay, so if we nationalized healthcare, right?
Okay.
Right. Okay, that would include the options.
I think that you underestimate the. So what happens when you?
Hey, yo, Star, why aren't you tracking? If we nationalize healthcare, your meds would cease to be $2 million a year. What are we doing?
I think
the reason why your meds are $2 million a year is because of privatized healthcare. What are we doing?
Now, Donald Trump just paired with what's his face, the guy who owns the Dallas Stars, Mark Cuban. So if you go to Mark Cuban, there's a Donald Trump did the prescription thing, and now the meds are like super cheap.
How do we get to Mark Cuban?
Because he did the healthcare thing with Mark Cuban, the cost plus drugs. So if you go to the cost plus drugs or whatever, all your prescriptions on there are like a third the price, and it's part of Trump's healthcare plan.
Can't hear you, brother.
So like if you take prescription medication, if you find your medication on that website, and you have insurance.
I want to say, I also want to call out the reason why pot is having a hard time tracking and may not know is because Solid, you spend a good portion of the time enticing the chat to do something that they shouldn't be doing.
Do what?
Versus actually engaging with pot in good faith.
I already won. What? Okay, couple things here, all right? I won the debate. That was the first thing, right? I had some time left over, right? I wanted to keep engagement up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So the glitzas had to come out.
Mm-hmm.
For shame.
I want to know who turned the comments back on after I turned them off twice. Someone's getting their mod access taken. Yep. Someone is getting their mod access taken. All right.
Don't take my mod access, man. I worked really hard for it.
Mm-hmm.
Pot. And what do you think you still offer in this conversation?
I think I offer common sense and logic that dispels crazy rumors and mythological shenanigans coming from the left.
You said a lot of words, but none of those actually meant anything.
I just think that I think that some of your belief structures are a lot of them are really good. Like, I just feel like it's very unrealistic in many ways. It feels so unrealistic, and it's like you have to bend over backwards and break all kinds of rules and expectations and status quos just to make your brand work. And that's just not reality.
Interesting. Okay. I'm done here.
Dear Star.
Say it again.
I'm sorry. Star with their $2 million meds says that their meds keep them alive. I want you alive with disposable income. You know what I mean? I want you to be alive and not broke. You know what I'm saying? I would like it if you were alive for free.
That would be amazing.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yep. Anyway, Solid. Anything else for the people?
Y'all, we got up to 21K on the project, baby. 21K on the project, baby. GoFundMe is up to 21K for Project Not Green, a mini documentary where I center the voices of Black soldiers from the 216th Infantry Battalion. Thank you all. Thank you all for everything you're doing. Stay tuned. We're going to keep rocking. All right. Santana, thanks for having me up and letting me play.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Only requests up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only requests up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, go ahead and hit that follow button. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you haven't followed me. Hit that follow button, turn on notification. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. So guys, please make sure you're following me. Turn on notifications. Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, everywhere. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
I have my dick in my butt. X3.
Okay. Haven't you been here and did that before? And I told you to be more original and be more clever, and you were just so boring. I would hope that you would have come back. You've been waiting for a while just to get blocked. When I tell you, you guys suck. You suck. you're not good. You're not funny. You're not original. You put no effort into it. You're lazy. You're lazy, and that sucks. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No, I don't really support Trump. The background, white people, racism is a problem.
Oh.
We are men, we are the problem. I don't know about those two.
Okay. Which one do you disagree with the most that you would like to start with?
Probably white people, racism is your problem because, I mean, for some it can be, but not really everybody. I'm white, kinda, little bit white, and
What do you mean, kinda?
I'm not racist. Like I'm mixed with a couple different ethnicities.
You mean race isn't about ethnicity.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm white. Like I'm like majority white, and I'm not racist. So
okay.
The thing is, I just don't think that
there's
can be
a lot
everybody's
wrong
problem.
with what you said. One, again.
Well, I also have some Hispanic in me.
There's family, the more you speak, the more like wrong you're adding to this. Again, I want to make sure that you understand that race is not ethnicity.
Oh, I know that for sure. Like, but I'm like a little bit darker because I'm a little bit Mexican. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just white. All right, what's crazy about that?
None of the things that you said made anything more clear. What is race?
Probably color. Is that correct?
No.
I don't know.
Easier question. What are the 5 racial categories within the U.S.?
Like, what do you mean? Break that down. Like,
the 5 racial categories within the United States of America.
Yeah, what? I don't know what category. What are you talking about?
Like, what are the 5 racial categories within the United States of America? I don't know how to make that simpler.
Right, you tell me. I don't know. Like, I don't even know what you're trying to ask. Categories of what? Like
races.
There's brown people. Like, are you asking what? White people? Like, is that what you're asking? White people, brown people, black people. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm looking for the actual racial categories within the United States of America. You have black or African American. You have white. You have Pacific Islander. You have indigenous. You have Asian. Those are the five categories.
All right. Well, yeah. Wait. You just said that what? Asian is not. That's a continent. It can also be so. Like back when I said that, I'm Mexican. So
Asia is a continent. Asian.
Yeah.
Asian.
Yeah. So when I said that I was a little bit Mexican, so I'm a little bit darker. Why was that a big deal? It's the same thing in different.
Mexican is not a race. You do know that people that come from India. You do know that people that come from India are Asian.
Yeah. What's your point?
I don't want to talk about this one with you. I don't think you qualify with this one. What's your problem with what's your problem with the premise that men we are the problem?
Well, what's your problem of saying that? Like, why do you say that? I don't understand. Like, obviously, men by nature can be like more aggressive, and females, each of them have
female donkeys, female octopus, female kangaroos.
Human beings.
Oh, and a female human being is what?
A human? Like what? A female human being is a female human being.
Am I being punked? Or did they bring back punk? Is this Ashton?
What?
You said a female human being is a female human being.
Yeah. I don't know what else there is to it. You're a female and you're a human being. What is a female human being? Like,
what do you call a female human being?
Female at birth. Like if you're born a female, then you're a female.
A female human being a woman.
Like I thought you were asking me what you want me to, like what I describe a female as.
No,
like that's how I describe.
I don't think that you, as an individual, have the capacity to. You know what?
Dog, I'm not.
You know what? Just no. Just no. Just no. Just no. Just absolutely not. Absolutely not. Buttermilk over on YouTube. I know that you have been trying to get over here and debate for a while, and you've been joining at like the end of my streams. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
I can barely hear you.
Hold on 1 second. Can you hear me now?
You're really, really muffled.
Hold on 1 second.
And now you're frozen. You still there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, 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 yes. I can hear you.
I can't hear you. Hold on. Hold on. Say something, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
You're really low.
Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh, wait. You can hear me now?
I can hear you, but you're really...
Okay. We will try to let Buttermilk get it back together. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I disagree with something on the background, but I'm not a Trump supporter.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with the most? Where you'd like to start?
Actually, I want to know what it means before I disagree with it. White people, racism is your problem. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I can definitely tell you, but just to verify before you start, are you white?
No, my profile picture.
No, I didn't want to take that for granted. People like do that all the time.
No, it's fine. But no, I'm a Black American.
Okay. Yeah, then that wouldn't be your topic.
But like, what do you mean by that? It's your problem? What does it mean? What does it mean? I want to know what it means.
White people, racism is their problem, but you're not white, so like I'm not going to debate that one with you. So, is there another point on the background that you disagree with?
Let's see. Christian, the Bible is slavery. Capitalist, your I can't see it. It's cut off.
Oh yes, yeah, your system doesn't work.
No, I'm on a phone. I could get on the bigger system.
No. I'm saying that's what it says. Capitalist, your system doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Republicans, you hate our country. And one more is men, we are the problem. Mm-hmm. Of course. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. By that, I mean men perpetuate the majority of violence within the majority of America. And so since men perpetuate the majority of harm in multiple ways across the board, not only towards women, children, but other men, and that the patriarchal system is in place to uphold manhood, and men actually benefit from it. Until the whole of men are no longer the problem within our society, then we have to hold every man accountable for the collective.
Of course, I'm understanding because men have always been held at the top of the patriarchy for however long we've known. Well, I guess, I don't disagree with anything, y'all. The queen is out. Yeah, and all the people in the chat hate on the queen. Y'all can suck.
You didn't even run right. You're still here. And you didn't finish your sentence. You did a bad job at leaving. You should work on your exit. It sucks. And now you're just sitting here listening to me. This has to be very embarrassing for you. I would be so ashamed. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we got Buttermilk back. Let's see. Hi, Buttermilk. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. We're not going to touch any more buttons.
All right. Perfect. I know you've been trying to get up here for a while. Good to finally get you up here. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I disagree with something on the background.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with the most? Where you like to start?
It says Christians, the Bible.
It's slavery?
It's slavery.
Okay. Why do you disagree with the premise that Christians, the Bible is slavery?
I disagree with one of the statements that you said while you were debating that. The one about Jesus being naked. Did you get a clarification on that when he was washing the disciples' feet?
Yeah, he disrobed.
Okay. I disagree with you on that.
You disagree
I disagree with the fact that he was naked. I disagree with the fact that he didn't have any clothes on when he washed their feet.
Oh, you don't have to disagree with me. I'm not the arbiter of that statement. The Bible says that.
Okay. Well, I'd like to get I'd like to suggest a better clarification of that.
What does it mean to disrobe?
Well, we're talking about dress in that day, and the dress in that day included an inner garment and an outer garment.
Sure,
now, if you were a priest,
disrobe?
if you were a priest, then you even got the pleasure of bloomers or breeches. The only reason you wouldn't have an inner robe and an outer robe is if you were extremely poor, or if you owed that outer robe to somebody.
Or if you were the son of God that didn't want for earthly possessions. How about that?
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but if you give me a minute, when you look at the dress, there are certain words in the Greek and certain words in the Hebrew that explain the inner robe and the outer robe. The outer robe was so important, and I suggest to you that what Jesus took off was the outer robe. He did not take off his inner robe.
Does it say that?
They always took off let me explain it, and then I'll prove it.
Right, but no. I mean, the question is, did it say that in the Bible?
If you read the lexicon of the meaning of the word that you're of the Greek meaning of the word that you're defining, it will tell you that it's the outer robe.
Okay.
Now,
the Bible specifically says that he took off his robe and wrapped a cloth around his waist. So if he took off an outer robe and had on the inner robe, why would he then wrap a towel around the inner robe?
Because the inner robe was he took off the outer robe because the outer robe is really significant. It was their bed. It was their anytime they were doing any work, they would take off the outer robe. Even when they got ready to go to war, they would gird themselves with a belt, which is a Greek word for a belt, and they would take the outer robe and they would tuck it into the belt to make sure one, it didn't get messed up. The other reason they kept the outer robe was if they were carrying something, they would take the outer robe. You've actually seen pictures of the inner robe and the outer robe. When you see pictures of Jesus in cartoons or animation or whatever, he always has on the inside part, and he has a robe on. It's called a robe, it's called a cloak, it's called an inner robe and an outer robe. Now let me prove it to you. If you go into if you get on online, you go to King James Bible Dictionary. That should give you I don't have my other thing open. If I need to, I will. That should give you put you on a site that has like strong numbers or something like that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you see it?
No, I'm not looking for whatever you're saying. I was listening to what you're saying, but I was specifically looking for
so
something
let me tell you
else.
the Hebrew word for the let's see, let me find the one for the verse. Give me half a second. I'm a little nervous. Okay, you were looking at John 13:4. It says, he rises from supper and laid aside his garment and took a towel and girded himself. Now that word garment is G244 in the Greek lexicon, because the only way we can understand the actual Greek language is to have a Hebrew and Greek dictionary called a lexicon. And in that are number gods to number gods for Greek, numbered under Hebrews and Greeks. And it gives you an explanation of what the definition was during that time of those words in the Bible. There's several words in the Bible for garment. Some of them are inner garments and some of them are outer garments. Now, G244, that Greek word is actually hemation. It's spelled Himation. That's the Greek word for that particular word in that verse, garment. That Greek word.
Can you see the screen right now?
No.
You can't.
I mean, there's nothing on the screen, but if you would look in the lexicon.
Well, I was hoping that you could see the screen because I want you to see, like, so I pulled up pictures from my favorite game, Elden Ring, and it gives you a look at what something looks like with the outer robe, with the inner robe, and then how it looks with just the inner robe.
And that's understandable, Santana, but people that had an inner robe, people that only walked around with an inner robe were extremely poor people. Even if you committed a crime,
was Jesus
the law
rich?
said that you can have, and you didn't have anything to pay them for. You could pay them with your outer robe,
was
but
Jesus
you had to give them that outer robe at sundown, and he would bring it back to you in the morning time, because he couldn't. It was inhumane for him to go without an outer robe. I'm sorry, what did you say?
How rich was Jesus?
I'm telling you, I said you had to be extremely poor. I'm talking destitute
that's what I said.
poor.
But how rich was Jesus?
Rich. Jesus wasn't a wealthy man, but he had a job. He was a carpenter. He's going from one place to another. He gets donations. I'm talking about destitute poor. I'm talking about like homeless people. It would be like if you went to a homeless person and took their coat.
Wait, was he a carpenter and also had a home while he was traveling, spreading the word?
No. He didn't. I'm not saying that. And I don't know what that had to do with his clothes.
While he was out ministering and amassing his disciples, was he poor and unhoused?
Well, he couldn't. They had to have some money, sweetheart. Judas had the sack of the money, and he was upset because he was the treasurer for their group, and he was upset because
the
It says in the
disciples,
Bible that he held the money. So they had to have
disciples
something.
actually, the disciples actually had like other
I'm
positions
sorry,
and things
let me
before
know
prior to them coming to Christ, right?
Yes, they did, and they left. They left the multitude of what they had to travel with Christ. I do understand that, but again, Judas had the sack of money of the group. He was the treasurer of the group. So that's not the kind of poor I'm talking about, Santana. Again, I'm talking about is if you took the most destitute, homeless person on the street, kind of poor. I'm talking about, I don't know, I got to go to the garbage can and eat kind of poor. Those were the people that wouldn't have an outer garment. Now the other thing too is I'm giving you the direct definition from the Bible lexicon. It's the most true to form explanation of the words in the Greek. I'm telling you that Greek word is for an outer garment. Case in point, we have this word for an inner garment, which is a different word. The inner garments was the kethoneth, that's Kethoneth. You had the satin, you had the chaluk, and the outer garments was like the simia, that's simia. The definition of it is a cloak, a mantle. It's seen in Genesis 22:6. If you look at Matthew 5:4, now that's the Greek word that we're talking about, the outer garment. It's a cloak, it's a coat, it's a mantle, it's a tunic, it's an upper garment. Now the inner garments, I'm trying to find a word for the inner garment because I want to explain both of them. Here's another word for the outer garment. It's G1131, and it's gunos. Gumns. It means clad undergarment. My point is that he took his outer garment off so he wouldn't get it wet. He wouldn't get it wet. He wouldn't get it soiled because again, that's his bed. That's very important to him. That's his cover, and they took extra care of that. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
If he still had on the inner garment, why did he put the towel around his waist?
So he wouldn't get wet, and he had to dry the disciples' feet after he cleaned them. If he washed them, he had to put a towel on him so he could dry the feet off, sweetheart. If Jesus was naked, he would be in sin because nakedness is a sin. The Bible says he had no sin. There's an explanation because of the definition of the word. Sometimes they say garment and they mean the inner garment. Sometimes they say garment and they mean the outer garment. Sometimes they say garment and they mean the breeches or the pantaloons. And everybody, that's just like a rich guy can afford Gucci or something like that. Well, the priests were taken care of. They were affluent, and that might not have been the right word. And they got a chance to have on underwear, like breeches and stuff. And then they had the inner garment, and then they had the outer garment on top of other kind of foods. People that were in the normal range, the middle range, the lower range, you know, as long as you weren't completely destitute and completely down and out, their routine dress was the inner garment, the outer garment. They usually had the belt and you usually see the belt. The belt would be a piece of cloth or a piece of metal that wrapped around it and cinched it. And they used that to tuck in, like even when they went to war or went to fight. They would gird up their loins. That's what it meant. Because the belt is a gird. And they would tuck the inner garment and outer garment.
John 13:4. He riseth from supper and laid aside his garments.
Yes, sir. And the garment there is the lexicon number G.
Is it
garment.
garment or is it garments?
The word means, according to Thayer's definition, it's a garment of any sort, garments, a cloak or a mantle and a tunic, the upper garment, the cloak or the mantle. Santana, if you can get to your Google.
Listen to what I'm saying. Is it garment or garments?
It says both. It says garment or garments.
Right. What I'm saying is the actual S makes it plural, right?
It says the cloak or the mantle. That's two different kinds. And the tunic.
I'm saying
that's two different. They're two different articles.
In John 13:4.
Hold on, let me get my. Oh, I can do it here. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, forgive me.
No, you're good.
Yeah. So you doing King James Version?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said it was John 13.
John 13:4.
John 13.
And you can open up the Bible. I just want to know what does it mean when something has an S at the end of the word? If we're saying garment versus garments.
That would be more than one article. But okay. I can say I have on, but I mean, I don't understand why that's an issue.
Yeah, so the Bible say that it says he riseth from supper and laid aside his garments and took a towel and girded himself.
And that word garments, I'm telling you again, I told you what the word means. It says to put in, to dress, apparel, clothes, garment, raiment, robe, or vesture. And the vesture is an outer garment too, if I'm not mistaken. And then he said, and girded. So he can't gird nothing. And I told you what girded means. Girded is to bind or gird around. To gird oneself with a thing. Yeah. Exactly. So it said, and he girded. So he can't gird naked.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't gird
that would be a reason why you would gird it. You would wrap a towel around your waist because you're naked.
No. Towel and the gird are two different things. I'm sorry. I don't mean to call you sweetheart.
You're fine.
Extremely vintaged and everybody's sweetheart.
You're fine.
And
it said took a towel and girded himself.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get back to it. It says his garment and hold on. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me go for it. All right, so I'm looking at a commentary now, Barnes' commentary. It said, laid aside his garment, his outer garment. This was his mantle or robe, which is said to have been without seams. It was customary to lay this aside when they worked or ran or in the heat of summer.
Wait, hold on. Ooh.
This is a Bible commentary I'm reading.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, because I see something that's super interesting.
Okay.
1 Samuel 19:24. And he stripped off his clothes also and prophesied before Samuel like the manner, and lay down naked all the day and the night. Wherefore say is Saul amongst the prophets. That's
you said
First Samuel.
one. You said 1 Samuel what?
1 Samuel 19:24.
Okay, hold on.
I'm also going to be looking at, I have one other one, and then I'm going to tell you why both of these are important.
Hold on. Wait. I won't remember what you said if you keep. Oh, that was vintage. 1 Samuel 18:19.
1 second. Let me get back here. 1 Samuel 19:24.
19:24. And he stripped off his clothes. Okay, so that clothes is badged, the BEGED. It could mean treachery and deceit, or it could mean garments and clothing, a covering, that is clothing, a vesture, a wardrobe, a robe, a raiment, a garment, a lap, a rag.
Yeah, so the reason why I brought that up, and then also if you look at Isaiah 20, 2 through 4.
Wait. Let's get back to that right there now. That word that you looked at is in the Strong lexicon means a robe.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. No. I this is referring to like the inner robe, right? But if you look at the context of what it said,
that's H. That clothes there is H899, which is an outer garment. That's an outer garment. It's also found in Genesis 39. Look at Genesis 39:12.
Well, I'm not just pulling up random chapter. The reason why I gave you this and the reason why I gave you the other one is because this is from an actual like study of not only Jesus but the clothes and everything that he wore. This is from BYU Religious Study Center, and they're talking about the actual breakdown of the clothes, and they have the listing of the inner garment, the belt, the outer tunic, the bag, purse, cloaks, like all of the other things. But again, the reason why I was going to bring this up, and then also Isaiah 22:4, is specifically because they said here, when talking about like the inner garment, a man wearing only this thin inner garment was said to be naked. Like this is literally what BYU in their study of the clothing of that time, and specifically the clothing of Jesus Christ, is saying that
not in this verse, sweetheart. This verse is the Old Testament. Jesus hadn't come around yet.
I'm not saying Jesus. I'm not saying Samuel. One second. I'm not saying Samuel 19:24 is saying that was Jesus. I'm saying that the Samuel 19:24 and Isaiah 2 through 4 are both verses supporting why they said in their actual study that anyone wearing the quote unquote inner garment was naked.
Okay, so Jesus took off his outer garment. He still had to wear his inner garment. Anyway.
What I'm saying is, if someone, it says here, the inner garment resembles a long, loose-fitting T-shirt or a kimono. It was made of linen, cotton, and sometimes soft wool. For presentational reasons, some would occasionally wear an inner tunic made by sackcloth or camel hair. The earliest of these garments were made without sleeves and reach only to the knees. Later, the garment often extended to the waist and the ankles. Men wearing only this inner garment was said to be naked. And then they cited Samuel 19:24 and Isaiah 22:24. Nothing at all was worn underneath the inner garment.
I can't hear you. You went out.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before.
Okay.
Now, what were you saying about nothing was worn?
I'll read it again.
Between the inner garment? It was just the last sentence that you said.
Yeah, I'll read it again. And FYI, this is from BYU. You know what BYU is, right? Brigham Young University.
Hold on, let me see if I have it. No, I don't have it.
You don't have what?
But I don't have I don't have those in my commentary.
No, I was saying, have you ever heard the Brigham Young University, BYU?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah, this is a study that was completed by Brigham Young University. And so in this study by Brigham Young University, they're breaking down, it's titled, "What Sort of Clothing Did People in Jesus' Time Wear?" And they're talking about like the different items. And then specifically for the inner garment, it says the inner garment resembled a long, loose-fitting T-shirt or a kimono. It was made of linen, cotton, or sometimes soft wool. For presentational reasons, some would occasionally wear an inner tunic made of sackcloth or camel hair. The earliest of these garments were made without sleeves and reached only to the knees. Later garments often the knees. Later garments, in wearing only this inner garment, was said to be naked. And then it cites 1 Samuel 19:24 and then Isaiah 22-4. And it says nothing at all was worn underneath the inner garment.
Okay, well, that would make sense. Remember I told you that the prisoner give it back? They use it as covering and their thing, but this doesn't mean they were walking around, you can see through it.
It says a man wearing only this inner garment was said to be naked.
But they still has something on. Nakedness, anyway. Do me one favor, Santana. Go to Genesis 39. Genesis 39, verse 12. Please. Come on.
Genesis 39:12. And she called him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." And he left his garment in her hand and fled and got him out. Mm-hmm.
So when he ran, was he naked, or did she take off something that he could do without? Because it says garment.
Yeah. It does.
So was he naked?
Really quickly.
Now that word garment is the same word that we just read.
It's not. Hold on. Look at Genesis 39:12. Are you there?
Wait, I'm not finished with this point, Santana.
Wait, no. I want to make sure you're looking at Genesis
39. We're at 39:12 now.
Okay, perfect. Do you see where it says? Start reading that for me.
And she caught him by his garment. That's
okay. Perfect. Right there.
899.
Wait.
Saying,
right there.
with me.
Right there. She caught him by his garment. Is there an S on it?
His garment. They wouldn't call it a garment if it was only one of his garments.
Right. Okay. Stop right there. Stop right there. You already said. Hold on. No. I don't want you to lose. I don't want you to lose the point. Stay right there. So you're admitting they wouldn't say it if it wasn't more than one. It's just one. But then if we go back to
she caught just one, and he got away from her because he slipped out of it. If I say they caught him by his jacket, does that mean they caught him by his jacket and his shirt? No, they said jacket. If they said I caught him by his jackets, then he'd have to have two jackets on. But she just got hold to one item.
Right. And so the garment,
he ran off with it.
Right. We've established that the garments we have the inner robe and the outer robe, right?
And this word is the outer robe.
Wait, hold on. Just to make sure we're speaking the same language. So we have the inner robe and we have the outer robe, right?
Right.
And if you grab the outer robe, but not the inner robe, that would be the garment, no S, right? Because you got one, but not both of them.
Right.
If she got both of them, then they would have said by garments, right? The S.
Right.
If she got the inner. Okay, perfect.
But that word H899 means garment and garments. You can't separate the definition of the word. That's in the definition of the word. If you look up the lexicon definition, like I asked you, you would understand. Now, let's do this. Let's go to Exodus 22:26.
No, we're not. We're not. We're going to go back to We're going to go back to John 13. We're going to go back to John 13.
First.
We're going to go back to John. We're going to go back to John 13, and then I'm going to.
This is an explanation of two garments.
Buttermilk.
This is proving the two garments.
Buttermilk. We're going back to John 13. So
Why?
we just looked at your verse, Genesis 39:12. And
but you have not admitted the definition yet. If you don't admit that that's the definition,
buttermilk, we just read. We read what you. We read what you listed, and Genesis 39:12. She called him by the garment, no S. John 13.
She called him by
John 13:4. John 13:4.
John 13:4.
He riseth from supper and laid aside his garments.
What are you at? 13:4. Now that's a different word, baby, because that's a Greek word. You can't take a Hebrew word and a Greek word. They're two different words. The Greek word for this is G244. It means garment, garments, the cloak, the mantle, the tunic, the upper garment, the cloak, and the mantle. That's a Greek word.
It's the
still
Hebrew
garment,
word.
But there's a difference between the Hebrew word and the Greek
word. It's the Hebrew word because I'm using
the Greek word.
It's the Hebrew word. It's the Hebrew word because I'm using Bible Gateway that gives you the option to view the information through Hebrew or Greek. And I'm looking at the Hebrew version that was translated into King James. This is not Greek.
You cannot get a Hebrew word from the New Testament. The Hebrew language is in the Old Testament, Santana. That's why you got a G word and you got an H word. H is for Hebrew, G is for Greek. You in the New Testament, that's written in Greek. The Greek word for garment or garments is G2440. You can even look that up on the Gateway, which I don't really adhere to Gateway, but they have a lexicon on Gateway.
Yes. Gateway not only has a lexicon, but it has the sources. It has the Greek, the Hebrew. It gives you additional context. It has every version of the Bible that we can look at, whether it's American Standard, King James, NIV, English Standard Version, you can get it in Spanish, you can get it in every language. Like they have all of this, and I'm telling you, with the actual translation, it's garments with an S.
I am listening to you, but you're not listening to me. You telling me all the stuff that this thing got, but you won't look up one number in its lexicon. That's on that page somewhere that you're looking at. G2440 compared to H899. One is a Hebrew word, one is a Greek word. Both of them mean garment or garments or cloak or mantle or outer garment. All you got to do, you ain't even got to do it on that page. You can go to Google and go H899 lexicon, LEXICON, or you can go G2440 lexicon, LEXICON.
Buttermilk, I want to apologize.
I love you to death. I really do, and I'm very passionate.
Yeah,
but you telling me that Jesus Christ was naked in front of 12 men That is not right. It's not true. Now, what I ask you to do, because I know I'm going long, I know I got really excited. But what I'm asking you to do, at least when we get off of this, when you get time, look it up. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I was just prattling on.
Yeah.
Just look it up
I was saying I apologize for raising my voice. I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have raised my voice at all. I do think I'm going to go ahead and move on because I don't want to I don't want to disrespect especially a black woman and an older black woman, and me like raising my voice is unacceptable. I do think that we kind of hit a inference point here where I think we're like kind of at a wall. I understand your position, but I don't think that this is going to be fruitful for us to continue the conversation. And I don't ever want to come off as being disrespectful. So I want to apologize for raising my voice, but I think it's better if we just move from this point.
And that's fine, Santana. I was so busy raising my voice, I didn't even realize you had raised yours.
No,
but my only request is if you were looking at a little bit further. That's all I ask. And I apologize for raising my voice too.
No worries.
Because respect goes both ways.
No worries. You didn't do anything that was disrespectful, and I'll look into it more. And I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you so much, at least listening to me. And I apologize if I went off the deep end. I'm fine now.
You're good. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
All right. I think my medicine's kicking in. Yeah, just have a good day.
Have a good day. Make sure you take care of yourself, okay?
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. I don't have any comments. I don't have any additional comments to make from there. I think I'll just leave it. Yeah. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for holy smokes. Amber, thank you so much for the $10 donations and sending support to your live. Watch your daily shows. Please keep this part to yourself. Yeah, absolutely. I'll check that out. Thank you so much, Amber. I will definitely take a look at that. Deb's in the chat. Deb's in the chat for Roland for the $5 dono. Oh, yeah. I did. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did. I got your message after the live, and that one was on me. So yeah, no. Friendly fire. I apologize, but I will be shooting you that email. For Shiggity. That was in the chat for Joshua for the one for pizza and hot dogs, whatever. That was in chat for Anthony for the one. Yeah, like they don't. That's the problem. That was in the chat for Angel for the one favorite Elden Ring build, power. I like my build. I'm level something. I can't even remember, but I just like stack everything. Like I can literally do any and everything on Elden Ring. So there's that. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $25 donation saying, hi, Santana, love what you do. Thank you so much, Sarah. Holy shit. $25 is a shit ton of money. Thank you. W's in the chat for Trey for the $5 super chat to say, sorry, but outer and inner means nothing. If you disrobe, that means that you take your robe off and take your robe off or robes. You can disrobe but still have on a robe. Yeah, I mean, like the point that I'm was trying to get to is like there's an S, and then also the Bible, like studies say that if you are just wearing the inner robe, then you're considered to be naked. So that's why it's kind of tough for me. That was in the chat for Phoenix Eyes for the $5 super chat to say, every Christian ever, Jesus and the disciples were best friends, roommates, even. Nothing to see here. Exactly. That's what they were. They were best friends and roomies. Nothing to see at all. Debbie's in the chat for holy shit. Hit that refresh. Deb is in the chat for Deb is in the chat for Trunks for the 2 cheer bits. No, David Duke did not endorse Obama. Deb is in the chat for Callie Alley for the 100 cheer bits to say, is it just me or are white MAGA women some of the most disingenuous people ever? Yeah, because they are a marginalized group, but their proximity to whiteness continues to allow them to oppress other marginalized groups. It's weird. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the 1 cheered bit. You know what? We should have actually did a permaban. I didn't even think about that. Debbie's in the chat for Callie Valley for the 1 cheered bit. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the 100 cheered bits to say super freak Jesus time. Yeah. Debbie's in the chat for Manders for the 2 cheered bits to say we know Jesus was clapping cheeks. Nakedness is not a sin. I don't give a fuck what anyone says in that book. Yeah. Like, again, like having the Bible be the driving force as far as, right and wrong and all this. Like, I think that's silly. I think that entire premise is silly. Debbie's in the chat for Joseph for the 10. The way you caught yourself when I didn't think you were doing that much to catch was impressive. Gracefully and humbly admitting the impasse and wishing the best. Huge W's in chat for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, like I think that understanding like not every conversation deserves like full go. And I think that could be harmful. And I never want to be harmful, especially when I have so much appreciation for not only women or Black women, but older Black women. I felt like I was close to crossing the line and I didn't want to do that. So I bailed on that. I absolutely bailed on that. Debbie's in the chat for all the donos. Santana, are you atheist? No, I'm not an atheist. Hi, are you Trump supporter? Disagree with anything in the background?
Hello.
How are you Trump supporter? Disagree with anything in the background?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter.
Parlez-vous français? Okie dokie. Debbie's in the chat for Alice for the $2 donation. Hey, wow. I know that's right. Listen, Debbie's in the chat for Allie. Good on you. Thank you for the 2 and good on you for getting that concession because listen, they're always going to try to fucking lie about the numbers. They're always going to try to fucking lie about the numbers, but they the numbers are the numbers. So fuck them. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, what's up, man?
You're a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
I said, yeah, what's up?
Oh, I thought you were just saying, yeah, what's up, man? Oh, yes, Trump supporter, yes, disagree, or combination?
So I think the one that I was curious to talk to you about was the Christians, the Bible is slavery. And I think I've heard you just to lay out your argument. I think I've heard you describe before what you meant by that prompt. And I think I'd like to get into it, but I did have a question regarding it. I was wondering if you might be able to define for me what harm is to you.
No, the only reason I'm kind of hesitating is because I just spent time talking about that, and even more so, I don't know if I want to do more Bible book. I'll give you a high level. Harm. The premise behind that is that people adhere to the Bible while either 1, not knowing the Bible, 2, not understanding the Bible, or 3, just flat out using the Bible as justification for doing the shit that they do, right? It allows them the anonymity of like saying, I can't help this. It's because it's in the Bible, so I have to do this. I have to be bigoted because the Bible says, no for gay people or whatever the shit. And so adhering to a book that has contradictions, holes, and many logical flaws as vindication to do harmful things is the problem with not only the book, but the religion as a whole.
Yeah, no, I understand what your argument is. I was just wondering, though, so that we can have a productive dialogue over it. I just wanted to know if you can quantify what harm is, because if I do have an argument, but I just want to make sure we're not talking past each other. So if we could just define our term.
Sure. The harm that I'm speaking of when I talk about Christianity is things like colonization, genocide, chattel slavery, and even in today's time, the weaponization to strip away women's right to bodily autonomy and to persecute people within the queer community.
Yeah, maybe I'm not explaining myself well, but I wasn't asking for examples. I was wondering if you could give me a definition for the word harm.
No, because I don't care about what definition you use. Whatever definition you want to use, that's fine. I mean, I think understanding how I quantify it through the different methods of harm, it has more substance than
demonstrate to you how we could be talking past each other. For instance, I think harm would be aborting a fetus at conception. That to me would be harm in my position, but you wouldn't quantify that as harm. So
do you
the reason
think
I'm
that
asking you to define it?
You can't abort a fetus at conception. That's not a fetus. Have
you ever heard of the abortion pill? Have you ever heard of the abortion pill?
Yeah, it's not a fetus though at that time.
It'll allow for it to conceive. Yeah, it'll allow for it to conceive occasionally, and then kill it once it's already been conceived.
Again, I don't even want to argue with you. I think that's stupid. No, I think you're being willfully obtuse. An abortion.
Can you tell me how?
Sure, an abortion isn't genocide or colonization or like stripping away bodily autonomy. If you're talking about one versus the collective, I don't care if you disagree. You understand my premise as far as what I'm saying is harm. So if you're looking for a definition, I don't give a fuck. You can use whatever definition if you want. If you want to understand what I mean, then please take a look at the examples that I'm specifically citing with Christianity and how that is how it's been used throughout the history of our society.
All right, then, since we're using my definition for harm, Christianity is based, and it's the best thing to ever exist. I win.
Okay. All right. Good for you.
Appreciate it. W.
Like that's not how you want to debate, and you can pat yourself on the back as much as you want, but like you came up here to debate me, and just because I won't give a definition, you think that's silly. Host got cooked. Sure. If you call cooking not even knowing how to turn on the stove, absolutely. If that's what you're calling cooking nowadays, then sure. I mean, not even being in the kitchen and saying that you're cooking is fucking wild. You are subpar. What's the definition of harm? Give me a second here. Yeah. FYI. He said that you can take an abortion pill and abort a fetus at conception. The reason why I said that doesn't work is because prior to a fetus being a fetus, it's a embryo, right? It goes from a zygote where the cells are formed and sperm is fertilized, right? So if you're talking about conception, you're talking about the zygote portion, because it goes from zygote to a blastocyst or an embryo and then to a fetus. It doesn't become a fetus until around 10 weeks, right? So like the funny thing is, if he's sitting here saying that it's at conception, that's not how it works. Chiller, I see that you are here and you're fucking crying. I'm muting you. You're here all the time. I'm sending you requests. If you don't accept that request, I'm going to block you. You're a fan. You're a fan and you're here all the time. I know you don't want to be blocked, but if you don't accept that request, you're just going to get blocked, because I'm tired of you thumb thugs. Accept that request. Chiller, you're not going to accept the request? You don't accept that request in 10 seconds, I'm just going to block you. Don't be a coward. All right, I'm going to go ahead and block you. This asshat here says that Santana doesn't do real debates, so let's get ready. You've been here the entire time, and you've been yip-yapping. Gonna send you a request, Pebbles. And you follow me. That's interesting. Oh, you said he says, oh, I'm sorry, that's friendly fire. My bad. I'm sorry. I just realized I read it again. I apologize. I'm gonna drop you down, okay? That was friendly fire. My bad. My bad. My bad. That was friendly fire. That one was on me. That one was on me. No, you didn't do anything wrong. That was me. All right. Guys, I think we're out of debates. Out of debates. The asshat is still here watching. It's so funny. Like, you guys suck at this. You're not good at this at all. Whatever. We're gonna call it here, guys, for right now, but we'll be back later.
Santana, there's a guy talking reckless a bit.
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
There's a guy saying that you did some stuff along with Dean right now on live.
Oh, I don't care. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Why'd you?
I just have a good day.
You people are weird. You people are super weird. Whatever. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here for now, and we'll be back later. Also, earlier there's a bunch of people that said that they and W's in the chat for Sean. Sean reminded me of this earlier, and I still didn't say it. But there's a bunch of people said they saw me on Jubilee and they came in and they followed me from seeing me on Jubilee. W's in chat for you. Thank you so much for that. I think the Tim Pool one was like my least favorite one. It was so boring. He was so boring. It was so boring and he was so boring. So I don't know. I don't know. Don't kill babies. Who's killing babies? Here, come up here and tell me about it, Hayden. Hayden, who killed babies? I'm not Hayden having Bible verses. And Hayden, don't be scared. Get up here. Who's killing babies? I bet you if Hayden, the reason why Hayden is rejecting my request is because they know they're a whole ass hypocrite. And if they come up here, they won't be able to stand on their beliefs. Christians never can stand on their beliefs. They can never stand on the shit that they say. They're so Christians, they are so fucking fake. They can't defend the shit that they say. and they have duality in the bullshit that they say. There we go. You said don't kill
I'm
babies.
working right now, dog.
You said don't kill babies?
I can't be arguing with some stupid ass motherfuckers.
Oh. And so you're not arguing in the mirror? That makes sense.
Right now.
I'm happy to hear that.
I have an actual job.
Sure. But you're up here. So would you like to actually explain yourself, Mr. Christian man? Who's killing babies?
All the fucking Democrats.
All the fucking Democrats?
Fucking common sense.
I would actually say it's the fucking Republicans. Hey, did you know that abortions have went up since Donald Trump overturned Roe?
You can believe whatever you want.
Oh, I'm talking about numbers. It's not believing what I want to believe. But like these are empirics. The numbers are in, but since Donald Trump, Donald Trump got Roe overturned, abortions have increased. Where prior to the overturning of Roe, abortions had been decreasing for over 20 years. So, hey, if Donald Trump is responsible for overturning Roe, and prior to the overturning of Roe, the abortion trend was ticking down, but now it's increasing. It's increased by 1.1 to 1.4 million people. Now, why are you good with those shitty ass Republicans making people get more abortions?
You guys think it's okay to have abortion?
That's not the question. The question is, why do you support the shitty people that are making people get more abortions?
That's false.
Ooh, no, that's empirics, bub. That's actual data. That's actual statistics. That's actual numbers. Again, they were tracking, and for the past 20 years prior to the overturning of Roe, the abortion rate was declining. After the overturning of Roe, the abortion rate has increased. It was at 14.1, and then after the overturning of Roe, it's now over 16. That's per 100,000. So it's 14.1 per 100,000. Now it's over 16 per 100,000. Donald Trump and the Republicans are making people get more abortions. Hey, why do you support the people that are making people get more abortions?
How are they making people get more abortions?
Because he overturned Roe. They were getting less before he did that.
Nah.
Why do you keep saying nah? This is data. You don't have to like again, these numbers are tracked.
Bro,
these numbers are tracked.
Don't have is common sense.
No, what you don't have is sense, period. Common sense. You can say common sense all you want to. That's just a way for stupid people to feel better about themselves because they don't actually know anything. People who love to scream common sense. People that love to scream common sense are just stupid people who don't want to look anything up, who don't want to educate themselves. And so they want to feel better by saying common sense, because that means that they don't actually have to know anything. They can just pretend that they know something and expect everyone else to believe what they're saying without actually knowing anything. So again, if the trend of abortions prior to the overturning of Roe for 20 years was going down, and Donald Trump, who himself appointed 3 Supreme Court justices explicitly to overturn Roe, and he bragged about overturning Roe. And since Roe was overturned, the actual abortion rate has increased from 14.1 per 100,000 to over 16 per 100,000, which has caused between 1.1 to 1.4 million more abortions. Why do you support the people that are causing more abortions?
You guys caused the abortions, not us.
Did Donald Trump get Roe overturned?
Hold on, I'm gonna step outside.
Did Donald Trump get Roe overturned? Did Donald Trump get Roe overturned?
Hold on.
Yeah. This is why, like, it's funny. Republicans are not only like spineless cowards, but they don't know anything. I'm telling you, the easiest thing on earth is to be a Republican, because you don't actually have to know shit. You just have to feel shit. You just have to, whatever you feel, that's enough. You don't actually have to know anything. You don't have to be smart. You don't have to verify. You just got to have feelings. It's so easy to be a Republican.
Damn right.
Exactly.
Hey, I have a question though.
I don't care about your question until you answer mine. I'll answer whatever question you have, but if you got to answer mine first.
I don't know what your question.
My question is, why do you support the people who increased abortions?
They don't. I disagree with that.
I don't care what you disagree with. It's the actual numbers. You disagree with empirics?
It's I don't know. I feel like it's just common sense.
Also, it's feelings. It's
you
feelings.
Have a fetus. You have a little being.
It's feelings. You have feelings, and I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Like, seriously. Hey, tell your fucking therapist about your feelings, not me. I don't care. I care about empirics. I care about numbers. I am a man of data. I am a man of data, spreadsheets, charts,
That's
graphs.
cool.
I love those shits. I love those shits. Do you have any of those?
I never asked what the fuck you believe in.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask what the fuck you feel. So fuck your feelings. Give me numbers.
Okay, so we can agree to disagree then.
No, we can't. That's not how it works. You're just stupid and you don't know anything. And you think that just because you have feelings, that your feelings outweigh my actual empirics. It doesn't. It doesn't. I don't care about your feelings. Your feelings, I haven't given you my feelings at all. I've given you data. So unless you have data that disproves my data, then your feelings, fuck them. Fuck them.
Go listen to Charlie Kirk.
You can't listen to him because he's in hell. I can't hear anything that he's saying from down there.
No, it's
like siren screeches. Anytime you try to listen in on Trump, all you hear is siren screeches.
You, Dean, and
yeah. You already lost when you admit that it's only your feelings. Like it doesn't do anything for me. I'm sorry. It doesn't do anything for me. Sorry. You telling me about your fifis, that does nothing for me. You telling me about your fifis does nothing for me. Zach, I don't care. Like legitimately, I don't care. The one thing that I would love for people to understand, for anyone who thinks it's pertinent to like come into my live and tell me about someone else, keep this in mind. I don't give a fuck. Boom. Just FYI. The people that I actually like, the people, especially the people on this app, but the people who like I would be like, oh shit, they said that. One, they know how to get in contact with me directly. Two, they would actually come to me and say like, hey, you fucked up. Or hey, ABC. So, yeah. Why do you disagree with Charlie Kirk? Because he was a mouth frothing racist. You trying to look out for me? No, I'm good. I don't care. I legitimately don't care what other people, the other people on this app that do what I do or whatever. I don't know. People have their feelings. They hated Jesus, baby. We won't break. I legitimately don't care how people feel about me. I care about what my community feels. I care about what like the people that I share spaces with feel about me. But if it's someone that I don't share space with, I don't give a fuck. And if it's not someone that's a part of our community, I don't give a fuck. I don't expect everyone to like me. I don't care if everyone likes me. I know for a fact that everyone's not gonna like me. I'm not gonna cry about it. W's in the chat for Jessica for the one. I don't know why you're not seeing my lives. You should. When you go into like the settings, you should make sure that you have on like the notification. If you're in the live, it should give you like the notification, or actually if you click on my page and then like there's a bell, it should give you the option to have like all, so it'll get notifications when I start streaming. So you should be able to see that. I'm not sure what's happening. W's in chat for Jessica. W's in chat for Jay for the 2 say, welcome back, Spicy Santana. I've missed fuck your feelings. Right, facts. Facts. I don't care. I don't understand why they think I care about their feelings, especially in the face of empirics. Your feelings mean fuck all to me. It means fuck all. Okay, wait. Really quickly. So, the books that I've been reading within the span of just a couple of days, I finished Jesus and John Wayne, and I finished Black Pill, and now I've started Jesus and John Wayne, Black Pill, and now I've started officially Forced in Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the political violence. Listen. Forced in Freedom? I don't know if Sean's watching right now. I don't think Sean's watching right now. But God damn it. I feel like God damn it. Sean is never wrong. She's just early. Because this book really has me thinking. Yeah. What I will say about Jesus and John Wayne and then Black Pill, I think that book was really insightful as far as like white Christian nationalists, why they are the way they are. It gave me a better understanding of like trolls. Like if you guys want to understand the trolls that we see here on the internet every fucking day, Black Pill. Holy fuck. If you want to understand like groypers and these trolls and like the shit, the reason they do the shit that they do, they act the way that they do. Black Pill. How I Witnessed the Darkest Corner of the Internet Come to Life, Poison Society, and Capture American Politics. That's what it's called. It talks about how the guy that created 8chain, which is, like 8chain, then there's 4chain, and then what was the other one that he created? They tried to like change it to God damn it, what was it? I don't know. Like I forgot what it's called right now. But it talked about how him creating basically a place where there's quote unquote freedom of speech, and you can say and do whatever as long as it's legal within the United States. That was the only rule. So you can say and do whatever as long as it's legal within the United States of America. And how that started and then built to Charlottesville and then to January 6th. This author, Ella Reeve, QAnon, it deals with QAnon. It talks about all that shit. It talks about Ella Reeve was there interviewing fucking the people, the white supremacists, the white nationalists. She was there for the Unite the Right. She was there for January 6th, all of it. Fucking all of it. It's insane. It's called Black Pill, How I Witnessed the Darkest Corner of the Internet Come to Life, Poison Society, and Capture Americans. The shit is so crazy, right? Because like people, I've said like base, right? I've said base. I've heard people say like chud. I've heard people say like beta and all this other shit. But it talks about like their hierarchies on the like the internet, the fringe internet shit, and the way that they categorize people. And the wizard shit. The wizard shit. You guys, wizard chain. That's what it was called. Wizard chain. The guy that made 8chain and is connected to 4chain also made wizard chain. And wizard chain was them being virgins. They were incels. And if they ever no longer were incels, then they would be kicked off of wizard chain. And so the guy, his name is Fred, right? This is management and I were listening into this in a car over the weekend. And it was a point in the book. She was like, is this porn? I was like, yeah, this shit is whew. Anywho. So the guy, Fred, who started like wizard chain and 8chain, he had a genetic disease, which for anyone who like is a movie buff, you'll know he was basically Mr. Glass, right? He was like 3 feet tall, and he had an actual genetic disease that made him very susceptible to like broken bones and all this other shit, right? And so he spent most of his life and time online and all this other shit, right? So he ended up coming across this lady who had a fetish for virgins. That was her fetish. Her fetish was for virgins. And he was a virgin. And so her whole thing was she wanted to take his virginity and she would continue to, have sex with him and all this other stuff until he no longer exhibited the tendencies of a virgin, which is like shy and scared and all this other stuff. And once that was gone, then, she was over. And like she would move around and like do that. Right. So he was the admin of Wizard Chain and created 8chain. And he ended up losing his virginity to her. And so he had to stop being the admin. He relinquished his admin status for Wizard Chain. But he still had friends who was a part of the incel community, right? So I wanted to set all that up to say this. So he was 3 feet, like super fragile, could easily be hurt and all this other stuff. He said he had a friend that was also like a wizard. He was an incel, and he was like super meek and all this other stuff. But he was a really big guy. He was like huge. I think he said it was like 6-something, 300-something pounds, like a really big guy. And so what happened was his friend came over and they were like hanging out. And then the woman, she came and she was like, I want to have sex. And so the friend was like, can I watch? So they start like having sex. The lady with the fetish and then the 3-foot guy with the genetic disease start having sex. And then the other incel is watching. And he got so excited. And he was like, you're not doing it right. Let me show you how to do it. And he hopped on the bed. And so the guy that had like the Mr. Glass disease or whatever got scared and was like, you got to get off the bed. I'm going to roll. I can't stop myself from rolling off the bed and falling. If I roll off the bed and fall, I'm going to break bones. So he got him off the bed. And then finally he got back in his chair. He moved. And so then the guy, his friend, started having sex with the girl that he was with. But this was the crazy part. After they finished having sex, the guy that was the incel, the friend, the wizard, lost his shit. First thing he said, wait, are you my girlfriend now? And she was like, absolutely not. He lost his shit on the ground, crying, screaming. He called her a fucking, God damn it. What's the, succubus? God damn. He called her a succubus. He said, this is your fault, you succubus. Yeah. Yeah. Look at this asshat here. Fuck out of here, you clown. Anyway, so he started losing his shit, crying, screaming, saying it's your fault. Like, I can no longer be a wizard. You took everything from me. And so Fred, the guy who created 8chain and Wizard Chain, was telling him like, hey, it's okay. Like, the same thing happened to me. There's life outside of the internet. And he's like, I have nothing. And like, it was a whole thing, right? It was a whole thing. But what that really explained to me, it's like this incel community, right? They're so locked in together that they need each other, and they'll do whatever it takes to continue to be a part of the community. An aspect of being a part of this incel community is not only being as blatantly racist and as blatantly fucking God damn it, why am I not Zionist, but why am I spacing on the word? What's the opposite of being a Zionist? Anti-Semitic. God damn it, there we go. Anti-Semitic. Like, you have to lean into being the worst aspects of yourself. And if you ever took a stance where you would say like, hey, that's too much, we shouldn't say that, or we shouldn't do that, then they would shame you and say that you're cucking, right? They would shame people and say, oh, you're cucking, and that's why you're doing that. And the entire premise of this whole little internet shit was basically to be the most worst piece of shit that you can possibly be. Right? And that's why they are how someone said, don't give away too much. I promise you, I haven't given away shit. I promise you, I haven't given away shit. When you read this book, you're going to be like, what the fuck? And then how all of it connects together. What the fuck? Does anybody know about Pepe the Frog? Is there anyone watching right now that knows about Pepe the Frog? Because I learned about Pepe the Frog. Holy shit. I didn't know Pepe the Frog was their mascot. Wow. Yeah, the book, hold on, I'm going to put it on the screen here. Give me a second. This is the book, Black Pill. So when I tell you this actually breaks down the incel community, why they like exist the way that they exist. Oh yeah, Gamergate. Yep, fucking Gamergate. Fucking Gamergate. It explains that shit. It explains QAnon. It explains all of this shit. It explains how Unite the Right happened. She fucking knew about January the 6th before it happened, but nobody believed her. She tried to warn people about J6 before it happened, but people did not believe her. Fucking crazy. Also, the cool thing that she said, and I thought this was super interesting, because like she's a journalist or whatever, and she also wrote the book. But she said when because she was like she spent a lot of time around white nationalist skinheads, all this other shit, right? And the way that she actually communicated with them, anytime she would send a text message or she would communicate with them, she said that she would always craft her messages specifically thinking that one day this is going to be used in court. And so she wanted to make sure that she always crafted the message so it could be used in the fucking courts, because she was messaging and interviewing, talking to like all these fucking like white supremacy, white nationalists, all this other shit. So she specifically crafted everything that she communicated so it could be used in court. And she said that she actually did it as kind of a message in a bottle to herself, for her future self, so she could actually see it. And she was right. And her messages were not only used in court, but it was used to help put away so many fucking people, including people that went to jail for January the 6th. When I tell you this book is fucking wild. 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 But, before you read Black Pill, and I'm so glad that I did it in this order. Do I use, I use Audible for audiobooks. Before you read Black Pill, I'm so glad that I did it in this order. There's a book that you need to read. Before you get to Black Pill, there's a book that you need to read. I'm sure that other people have all kind of recommendations and all this other stuff, but there's a book that you need to read before Black Pill, and that's this. Jesus and John Wayne: How White Evangelicals Corrupted a Faith and Fractured a Nation. You need to read this book prior to Black Pill. And the only reason I say that is because this book, Jesus and John Wayne's How White Evangelicals Corrupted a Faith and Fractured a Nation, talks about the creation of white Christian nationalism and the structural functionalism of white Christian nationalism. Yes, I said it. White Christian nationalism has structural functionalism. There has been shifts in maintenance of the premise of white Christian nationalism since its inception. And it started with fucking Teddy Roosevelt. White Christian nationalism started with Teddy Roosevelt. The shit is wild because it also explains, right? Let me. Liberals. And yeah, I said it like that. I said it like I said it. Fuck it. Liberals. All you smart book learners. All you people on the left that are highly educated, since you got your degrees and shit, since you know everything. All you people on the left with your hoity-toity reading and sources and theories and all this other shit. You want to know who was the catalyst for the way that these fucking white Christian nationalists do shit? You want to take a guess at all you smart liberals? The book talks about how prior to that 1901 time frame in the United States of America, there was an actual sense of accepting that anyone could read and understand the Bible. Anyone could just read and understand the Bible. But liberals said, no, we need theologians, we need experts to interpret the Bible for us so we can understand the Bible. They said, you can't read the Bible and understand it yourself. You're not smart enough. You need smart people to read and interpret the Bible. And then conservatives said, bet, hold my beer. Conservatives took liberals saying that there needed to be people interpreting the Bible, and then those experts be the ones that you listen to about the Bible. Conservatives took that shit, propped up fucking pastors and evangelicals, and made them the ones that other people had to submit to in order to get to God. That's what happened. Conservatives took that shit and said, yep, you got to listen to the experts. And guess who the experts are? Yeah. The shit's crazy because it talks about like how there was this whole premise of like they need to make Jesus masculine, right? And that's the whole thing. They needed to ensure that Jesus had a masculine presentation. And they talked about how Jesus, like they wanted to shift the tone from Jesus being like meek and a lamb and all this other stuff. And they wanted to shift Jesus to being a warrior. And so they wanted to talk about Jesus that was in Revelation, not Jesus that's in the rest of the Bible. And they wanted people to think of Jesus in Revelation and not Jesus ministering to everyone. And they kept doing that. And they took that shit and they connected. It talks about how they connected like Jesus to the United States military, because prior to white Christian nationalism, the United States military was looked down upon by Christians because they said that they were all a bunch of druggies that was fucking and doing all the shit. Prior to white Christian nationalism, Christians didn't fuck with the military. Yeah. They then tied Christianity and the military together. And you know who they then propped up as the epitome of white Christian nationalism? John Wayne. They prop John Wayne up to be the epitome of white Christian nationalism. knowing that he was a blatant, mouth frothing, unapologetic, unabashed racist. A in-your-face misogynist. They started making fucking bumper stickers and slogans. I forgot exactly how the slogan goes, but it was something like Jesus has your heart, but John Wayne has your ass, or something like that. They made John Wayne the depiction of what white male masculinity was supposed to be through Christian nationalism. John Wayne was white male masculinity and white Christian nationalism. Now, when when they covered that part, I immediately said, Donald Trump is their modern day John Wayne. It made perfect sense. The reason why white Christian nationalists love Donald Trump is because he's their modern day John Wayne. Unapologetic, someone who is not like meek or kowtowing to diversity, someone who upholds whiteness. They were both draft dodgers. Yep. John Wayne was a fucking draft dodger as well. Yep. They talked about that shit. Yep. For as much shit as John Wayne talked about needing to serve in the United States military and had all the smoke for people who did not serve in the military, he was a fucking draft dodger. A fucking draft dodger. Fucking crazy. Now, I'm not going to give you all the book, but I do want to highlight a couple more points. They wanted to reshape white male masculinity, right? And they continue to reshape white male masculinity through white Christian nationalism. And the funniest shit about this is the driving force behind white Christian nationalism was the Pentecostals. The specific denomination in Christianity was the Pentecostals. But you had to be a white Pentecostal because they didn't fuck with the black Pentecostals. And they also didn't fuck with the Southern Baptists. They didn't fuck with the Catholics. It was the white Pentecostals. They're the ones that shaped white Christian nationalism. And when I say shaped white Christian nationalism, they did that from FDR all the way up to Donald Trump. Bush Jr., Bush Sr., Reagan, Nixon, every single one of them were propped up, pushed, and influenced by white Christian nationalism. And when I say propped up, pushed, and influenced, I mean that these evangelical figures had direct access to the president of the United States of America. fucking direct access to the president of the United States. Every Republican president, the last Republican president that kind of didn't want to play ball was Bush Sr. That was it. All the rest of them played ball. Nixon didn't like really, but then when he realized he needed them to win, play ball. Right? Fucking crazy. Now, while they also wanted to reshape what it meant to be a white man in America, they also wanted to define what that meant. So white Christian nationalism got involved with the UFC. They directly got involved with the UFC, and thousands of churches across the country started hosting MMA events and watching UFC together. And then some of them signed contracts with the UFC so they could actually put out UFC clothing, Christian clothing with the UFC, because they wanted to tie the idea of the ultimate fighting champion, the actual premise of fighting in the ring, with white Christian nationalism, with the identity of the white male. Oh, I got another tidbit, and I know I'm about to hurt a lot of people. I'm about to hurt a lot of people's feelings with this one. I'm gonna hurt a lot of people with this one. I need everybody, if you have like a Thunder Buddy, or if you have like a Snuggie or something that makes you feel comfortable, I got something to tell you, and it's gonna be hella uncomfortable. And a lot of you people are probably gonna like, it's probably gonna make some of you cry. Are you guys ready? Hobby Lobby is a white Christian nationalist front. Hobby Lobby is a white Christian nationalist front. Yep. The owners of Hobby Lobby are devout white Christian nationalists, signed contracts to sell specific Christian gear, paraphernalia, and even, check this shit out, they sold NIV versions of the Bible specific to men and specific to women. And so if you bought a woman NIV Bible from Hobby Lobby, it would be different than the men Bible from Hobby Lobby, because in the woman version of the NIV Bible, it would tell you the things that you need to be doing to be a woman. A homemaker, a pillar of the household. But in the men's version, a leader, a warrior, all that shit. Hobby Lobby. Speaking of warrior, the whole premise behind white Christian nationalism is that they had to connect Jesus Christ to being a warrior and the military being a warrior. And so that's why they call themselves a warrior for Christ. The reason why they call themselves a warrior for Christ was them connecting the United States military and trying to ensure that the idea of Jesus and Christianity is manly. So you're a warrior for Christ. That's why they talk about being a warrior for Christ so much. It was intentional so they could continue to perpetuate the idea of the manliness behind Christianity. One last thing, and I promise you, for anyone who thinking that I'm giving away the book, when I tell you I haven't even talked about like 10% of the shit that's in the book. I want people to make sure you know this. When I talk about these books, I don't even I give you surface level shit. I give you surface level shit. For people who's wondering what book I'm talking about, here it is. I'm putting it back on the screen. I'm telling you, I only give you surface level shit. Now, the last thing, and this is super important. This is well, second to last thing. Sorry. Second to last thing. This is super important. The idea behind white Christian nationalism is that white men are naturally aggressive, naturally have to embrace violence and guns and fighting. And that actual warrior instinct, that animalistic instinct, that actual kill or be killed instinct, that's something that's innate to white men, and is also something that lies within Christianity. And so since it's something innate to white men and it lies within Christianity, it's justified. But not for any other men. Not for black men. Not for Asian men. Not if you are Hispanic. No one except white men should embrace that violence. They preached that if any other race or ethnicity that is not white embraced violence, it's a sin. But in white Christian nationalism, white men are supposed to do it. But if anybody else does it, it's a sin. Only white men could do it. Everybody else would be sinning. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Now, this is the last thing I'm going to tell you. And again, this is it for me, right? The last thing, the very last thing is something that I've always wondered. It's something that I've always said, well, these people are Christians. How do they support Donald Trump? If these people are Christians and they're living by the Bible, then how do they support Donald Trump? If they're actually Christians, then how in the world are they okay with what's happening? That doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. And at the very end of the book, they explained it. And when they explained it, it was an aha moment for me. It literally fucking blew my mind. Should I just leave that for you guys to actually read in the book? You guys don't want to know it. You would rather wait to read it in the book yourself, right? You don't want me to tell you, do you? I see some people say, tell you. I see some people say, tell us. I see people saying no. Yes, get out and vote today. If you're in Florida, make sure you get out and vote. Get out and vote. The primaries for Florida are today. Make sure that you are getting out to vote in the primaries in Florida today. 7 p.m. is the cutoff time Eastern for everyone except the Panhandle. The Panhandle is 7 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Central. Make sure you get out and vote in the primaries. Okay. I'll tell you. Because it made perfect sense after they explained it. And for anyone, again, one more time, the book that I'm talking about is Jesus and John Wayne, How White Evangelicals Corrupted Faith and Fractured a Nation. So you read that one first, and then you read Black Pill, because this one will give you the perspective from 1901 up until fucking 2017 or whatever, until Trump. But then Black Pill gives you a perspective prior to Trump up until like January the 6th. And there's overlap. Anyway. I would always question, if these people say they're Christians and they believe in the word of God and they believe in Christ, pill, P-I-L-L, not P-E-L-L, P-I-L-L, Black Pill. If they believe in God and the goodness that Jesus talks about, well, how in the hell are they mouth-frothing racist, xenophobic, queerphobic, fucking sexist, misogynistic? How, if these people are followers of the word, are they then some of the worst hateful people you will ever meet? They go to church on Sunday and then get out of church and start screaming, get all the illegals out the country. How? Simple. The thing that you need to know is that white Christian nationalists, that's their culture and their politics. It's their cultural politics, right? And Christianity is their theology. Now, people have culture, and people have politics, and people have theology. And the saying is, you can't serve more than one master. But white Christian nationalists, they do. Their entire premise is, well, I'm a Christian and I believe in the Bible and I follow the Bible, but not for this thing, or not for this thing, or not for this thing. White Christian nationalism, since it is their cultural, their political culture, or their cultural politics or whatever, it doesn't conflict with their theology because it's interchangeable when needed. They allow themselves to say, well, I might be a Christian, and even though the Bible says, Jesus said, welcome in all the travelers, treat them as people of our nation. That's what the Bible says. I don't have to listen to the Bible with immigration. That's how they do it without feeling like they are contradicting themselves, and they can still call themselves Christians. It's interchangeable when necessary, and they're justified in the interchanging of those aspects. See, most people would say, oh, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. They don't see it as being hypocrites because that's how it's all set up. Yes, they feel justified in their hypocrisy. They can't be a hypocrite if they feel like they can hold multiple premises at one time. Even though Christianity says you can't do that shit, they can. They can. So yeah, those two books, fucking crazy. So go read those books. Go read those books. And then once you guys read those books, then you can catch up with me, because I am officially on, I'm on Force and Freedom. I'm officially reading Force and Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the Politics of Violence. And the one thing I'll say about that, what's the name of the book? The book is Jesus and John Wayne. The books you guys need to read, Jesus and John Wayne, and then read Black Pill. Jesus and John Wayne, then Black Pill. Force and Freedom. My commie friends might be right about violent revolution. My commie friends actually might be completely right about violent revolution. Shut the fuck up, Theoretical. You haven't read it, so you don't know why I said that. Clip these nuts in your mouth. Holy shit. So, man, We've been saying it all along, and the left is the most violent. Sure, Jeff. Sure. So, as Jeff says, we've been saying it all along. The left is the most violent, and for this is the funniest shit. The reason why this is so funny with their comments is because this book talks about the fact that it's their language. These oppressors only respect and engage with violence. They justify their violence and then look for you to be fucking non-violent. They tell you to turn the other cheek while they use violence to take away rights. They use violence to maintain power while they tell you to hold hands and peacefully protest. That's why they get so pissed off about BLM, but then justify January the 6th. Because violence is justified when they do it. But when anyone else does it, it's a problem. When I tell you the history of abolition in the United States of America, and even talking about how black and white non-violent abolitionists finally was just like, I don't think this non-violent shit is going to work. If we want to abolish slavery, I don't think this non-violent shit is going to work. This book, again, I'm still reading it, but holy fuck. So the current book is Force and Freedom, Black Abolitionists and the Politics of Violence. So, what up, Slayer? Man, like this shit is crazy. It is crazy. I don't know. I've always been in the perspective, in the position that I want to pull as many people left as possible. And I used to always think like, we don't need a violent revolution. But in this book, they when talking about the abolitionist movements, they keep going back to one question. The one question they keep going back to is, name a time that people got rights or freedom, any type of real change, without violence. Name any actual revolution that was successful without violence. And every time they bring that question up in the book, I'm just sitting there looking like, No, you can, the suffrage movement. No, there was a shit ton of violence there. I don't know. I'm gonna keep reading. I'm not gonna. Hey, Debbie's in the chat for 2 minute thoughts for the heart hands. I'm not gonna say like that's the conclusion. But damn it, they keep bringing me back to that same question. Like in this book, that question, they keep coming back to that same question. They give me history. They give me knowledge. They tell me about the shit that's happening. They tell me about like black abolitionists. They tell me about white abolitionists. They talk about like different. They talked about a convention of abolitionists. And they talk about all these things. They give you this. And then there's the question. You still don't have an answer. And then they teach you more. And then they come back to the question. You still don't have an answer. I'm not done with the book yet, but holy shit. Yeah. The book that you're talking about is the War on All Puerto Ricans. Hey, Tara. A War on All Puerto Ricans. War on All Puerto Rico. Wait, god damn it. I'm messing up the name. Holy shit, sorry. If Ari hear me say that, she would kill me. Let me get this right. Holy fuck. I got too many books in here. Where is it? The specific name is wait, where is it? Oh, here it is. War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. That's what it's called. War Against All Puerto Ricans, Revolution and Terror in America's Colony. I also got me a new Bell Hooks book. I can't wait to read this one. Oh damn it. Hold on. That's what it was. I didn't get to download it. Let me do that now. Where is it? Damn it. Hold on. Because I saw the book. Fuck. What is it called? Oh, yes. Here it is. My next book is going to be Teaching Critical Thinking. That's going to be my next bell hook. Teaching Critical Thinking. What book you reading, Bradley? I also need to read some goddamn what's Afina Shakur? Is that how, what's her first name again? Is it Afina Shakur? Am I saying that right? Do you know if these books are on Audible? Yeah, that's what I use. I use Audible. Afini. Can I get some recommendations? What do you guys got? Afina Shakur. Oh, they only have, wait, do they only have 3 of her books here? I only see 3 of her books. Is there? Oh, Ashanta Shakur. Yeah, I know I was tripping for a second. I was like, yo, Tupac mom is a author? Yeah, I was tripping. God damn it. Wait, Bradley, what book are you I'm working on a book. Oh, you're actually writing a book. Oh shit. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait. The One by Frantz Fanon's. I'm sorry, Frantz Fanon's is boring. I'm not saying that, like, it's not a lot of substance. It is, but like, Frantz Fanon's, every book, I'm just like, it's written in such like classical, boring language. Like, I read it. It's important. It's just boring. And I know, yeah, I'm in Ashanta. I know, like, a lot of my commie friends are going to get mad at me for saying that, but it's just boring. It's good information, but, you know, I know my commie friends are going to be mad at me. I fucking love Bell Hooks, though, and Angela Davis. So, all right. I was supposed to be out of here a while ago. What time is it? 1 o'clock? Holy shit. Yeah. All right. We're going to, let me say thank you to a couple of people, and then we're going to call it, and then I'll be back later. You want to read Angela Davis? Ooh, so the book, Angela Davis is fucking amazing. I love her. Like, I noticed I'm going to get in trouble for this because, you know, not me putting two black women against each other. But I don't know who my favorite author is, if it's Angela Davis or if it's Bell Hooks. But both of them are so good. So good. My favorite Angela Davis book that I've read so far is Freedom is a Constant Struggle. Ferguson, Palestine, and the Foundations of a Movement. That's my favorite Angela Davis book so far. Freedom is a Constant Struggle. Ferguson, Palestine, and the Foundations of a Movement. Fucking dope. You can have two favorites. That's what everybody keeps saying. And I'm going to have to because I don't know. Like, both of them are so good. They are so good. I don't know. Ooh. Ooh. So there's Angela Davis, Are Prisons Obsolete? There's also Angela Davis, If They Come in the Morning, Voice of Resistance. And there's also Angela Davis, Abolition Democracy, Beyond Empires, Prisons, and Torture. Oh, I think I want that one. Wait, which one should I get? Wait. Has anyone read all three of them? No, those are three different books. Those are three different books. There's Abolition, Abolition Democracy, Beyond Empire, Prisons, and Torture. There's Are Prisons Obsolete? And then there's If They Come in the Morning, Voice of Resistance. What up, Dan Terrell? I don't want to get all three of them right now because I still got like a shit ton of books that I need to read. Has anybody read them? You've read the first one and the last one, but not the second one? Joanna, how good is Abolition Democracy? because that one kind of like just sparked my attention. That one actually has me like, ooh. Ten out of 10. They Come in the Morning was mind blowing. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna get that one. I'm gonna get both of them. I'm gonna get both of them. Let me add these to the cart. Add to the cart, and then I'm gonna have to get more credits. I only got 4 credits left, and I'm about to use 3 of them. And I'm gonna, because I got teaching critical thinking, abolition democracy, and if they come in the morning. To check out. I only got 1 credit left, and I don't want to buy more credits because I've already read Black Pill. Okay. So I just got them. All right, I got them. Right. And so that puts me at a total of 35 books. That puts me at a total of 35 books. And with the 35 books, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 to start, and then I'm already in 1. Who's Teaching Critical Thinking by Bell Hooks? Yeah. Okay, I really gotta go. I was doing too much. Let me say thank you to a couple of people. God damn it. I'm not. I don't know if I'm going to be able to justify buying more credits because I already justified to management one time to buy more credits. I don't know if she's going to let me buy more credits. I've bought what the fucking total 36. I bought 36 credits. Refund 1 will get you credit. Really? Just say you got hacked. Yeah. I've spent way too much money on these books, but god damn it. Yeah, I've spent way. If you give a couple of book names, I'll get them for you. Yes. No, Cat Whisper. No, I wouldn't. No, use your credits for yourself. It's okay. No. Absolutely not. That wouldn't be right. Absolutely not. I appreciate you though, but that would not be right. Okay, let me say thank yous and get out of here. Debbie's in chat for Tess for the $10 dono say from Twitch. Just a friendly reminder to screenshot your settings from this morning. Oh yeah, all love to you and manager. Yeah, I did. I screenshotted it and I saved the W's in chat for Jared for the one. I recommend reading American Jesus, How the Son of God Became a National Icon by Stephen Prothero, along with Jesus and John Wayne. I already got it. It chronicles how American Christianity has co-opted and changed the image of Jesus. Yep, I fucking called it, masculinity. And then for another dollar said, the book talks about how Jesus was appropriated by the KKK. And yep, already, all fucking ready. W's in the chat for Christine for the one. It said both Hobby Lobby and Chick-fil-A are closed on Sundays so their employees can go to church. It's fucking right. W's in the chat for Amber for the 5. You were speaking truth today. Truth today, my donation for the sermon. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in the chat for Matt Scrabble for the 5 said maybe we should start a new show called Santana Rants. I know, because if you guys let me get on my soapbox, I will never stop. I would just fucking never stop. W's in the chat for Danella for the one. Sitting silently absorbing your righteous anger. Thank you. Yeah, it's like, it's fucking. W's in the chat for April. April sent a $20 donation and said for more book credits. Fucking W's in the chat for April. Fucking W's in the chat for April for the $20 donation saying for more book credits. Now I can tell management, listen, I'm not even spending my money. Like April sent this money for me to get more credits. I gotta get more credits. I gotta do it. Like April told me to do it, so I gotta do it. Now, management can't argue with that. I don't know what you want. It's not on me. W's in the chat for Dry Cactus Comedy for the $5 super chat to say, is there a way for your streams to be open in the pop-up? I want to listen while I drive, but I don't like leaving my screen open. I'm not sure. I'll look into that. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I don't know. W's in the chat for Callie Alley for the 100 cheer bits to say, is it just me or is, oh no, I already read that one. Hold on. Boom. W's in the chat for Manders for the 2 cheer bits to say, we know Jesus. Oh no, I read that one. One mighty pen for the 1 cheer bit. Have you read I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings by Maya Angelou or Invisible Man by Ralph Ellison? I've read Why the Cage Bird Sing, but that was back in school. Like that was literally back in school. So like I remember that one. W's in the chat for Amanda's as well, who sent a 1 cheer bit to say they can on YouTube or Twitch. They can what? I don't know. I'm missing the context there. I'm confused. W's in the chat for Leah for the $1.99 super chat to say, do you have a suggested reading list? No, but if you join Ari's Discord, Ari4, that's number 4, education. Ari has a book club, and with the Discord, you can get into the Discord. You just have to be 21 years of age or older and no Nazis. And you can get into Ari's Discord. And Ari has been the one that's that actually crafted my reading list, except a couple of I kind of ventured out on my own on a couple of them. I figured out a couple of books on my own. But Ari at Ari for Education, if you can join the Discord, and she's actually published the multiple reading lists that she crafted for me. So if you're interested in any of the things that I've been reading that you missed or whatever, join Ari's book club or Discord. It's free. It's free. Yeah, I did go rogue. I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I went rogue. Ari made me read this fucking boring ass law book about debating. I was so mad. It was dry as shit. I mean, I needed it. It was educational, but it was dry as hell. I was so mad she made me read that book. I needed it. It was very informational, but it was so fucking boring. I'm not slandering. I told Ari that. I said, I can't believe you made me read that boring ass book. But I needed it. Yeah, you can do that. Oh shit. Whoa. Yo. Not y'all fucking showing out. Dubs in the chat for Jay for the $10 donation saying for more book credits because you can't tell me what to do. Fucking right. Fucking right. W's in the chat for Megan for the $10 say for the book credit fund. It all circles back around. Love you, said that. I love you too. W's in the chat for Joseph for the $20 to say, oh snap, that's how it worked. Please make sure to donate. Make sure this donation is designated. I think you meant designated for book credits. I know that's right. And fucking W's in the chat for Marine, who sent $20, said even more credits. Love Cat Whispers. Holy shit, thank you so much. We made a fucking come up. We're getting more. Holy shit. I fucking love it. No lie. That's what I do now. Like anytime that I'm not live or in someone's space, that's all I do. Like all I do is listen to the books. I mean, it's been like shaping my perspective on so many things. And really, I tell management all the time, I was like, listen, I know you're probably tired of hearing me tell you about this, but this is how I process it. In order for me to make sure that I'm like properly retaining certain stuff, I have to tell her about it. And so I'll talk her through the stuff that I've learned through the book. And then she'll just sit there and I'm like, yep. Okay. Yeah, no. And I just sit there and talk her through the stuff that I've been learning. So anyway, all right, guys, you guys have been fucking amazing. I've been on here way longer than I said I was, and I am going to be back later because I miss you guys. We've been off for a couple of days doing some shit. So I got to skedaddle, but we'll be back later. All right. All right, guys, let's do the thing.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys! This is a good first day back. Seriously. This is a good first day back. I missed you. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with me. I mean that. It was good. I will be back later for shiggity. Thank you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me, guys. And especially for like the last hour that we've just been talking about books that made my day. I'm gonna go read. I love you. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts and taps and likes and shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always.